Life's a ride, so let's make it count. Cherish every moment, that's what it's about. Tune in together, we're building our groove. Every beat, every laugh, we're ready to move. A little laughter, some love, we're soaring high. Every single episode reaching for the sky. News on the airwaves, spreading good vibes. Friends together, watch how our spirits rise. Kick back, unwind, leave the troubles behind. This podcast is gold, a treasure you'll find. With every word, we'll light up your day. Join the conversation, let's laugh all the way. A little laughter, some love, we're soaring high. Every single episode reaching for the sky. News on the airwaves, spreading good vibes. Friends together, watch how our spirits rise. Kick back, unwind, leave your troubles behind. This podcast is gold, a treasure you'll find.
Good morning, everybody. Hello. 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 Good morning, Doodle.
Good morning.
How are ya?
I'm good. How are you?
I am wonderful. Thank you for asking.
You don't look wonderful. You look tired. Late night.
Don't I always? Always. I actually slept okay last night. Yes, I got to sleep last night early, I think. And what did I just do? I did it. Okay.
Hi.
Hi, Mama Bear.
Good morning. Oh my God, we get to see her today too. Hello.
Hello.
How are ya?
I'm good.
Wonderful. What scared you, Molly? Sorry, didn't mean to. So, how is everybody this morning? How was Mr. P this morning, Miss Doodle?
Great. He was doing great.
That's awesome.
Good.
Good to hear. Good to hear. Good to hear. And yeah, I fell asleep last night. Actually, I think too early because I was up at 3 again, and I'm not used to. I think what time did we end last night? It was
11, 12.
I think
So it would have been 1 year time.
okay. I went in there and laid down watching something on the TV and fell asleep and woke back up at 3 and then fell back asleep about 3:30 and I was back up at 8:30, which was late for me because I've been getting up earlier than that. So I don't know. My sleep pattern is so jacked up. It's crazy. But I'm here. I feel like I slept. I don't know. It's weird. I need to get my CPAP machine fixed. That's part of my problem. Jesus, I don't think I'd know. You guys don't even want to know what it would be like if I had an actual sleep with that thing on my face one night and woke up. I'd probably be standing on my head in here like, hey, like trying to sell cars or something. You know what I mean? So just saying, it's very possible. So now I live off of. I'm about to go. My next doctor's appointment. I'm going to have them test my blood and see how much of it is coffee and how much of it is blood.
Right?
I drink so much of this, it's not even funny. But I think it's an addiction at this point. So, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So, did you say you're getting some kind of work done, Doodle?
Yeah, in my kitchen.
What are you doing?
My counters are just Gotta have something different.
Just okay. So maybe what, Italian marble, all that good stuff?
No, nothing fancy. I don't have funds for that kind of stuff.
Not that expensive now, is it? No, come on. You can sell the kid and get some marble countertops. There you go. We just painted our cupboards. The countertops are newer, so we're good with that. But we got to do some of the floor, and that's about it. I think we're gonna fix the floors. We have the stuff that was actually left here. and it's that I don't know if you can see it from here. It's the same floor that we have in there, and it's that floating stuff, whatever the hell you call that. I can't think of it right now.
Yeah, but that looks decent.
It's not bad. There's a rug in there underneath it too. I don't know. The whole house needs reworked in some ways. The carpet
Right.
that's underneath me now needs redone and all this crap. But we don't own this yet, so it's not a
That's true.
laminate. It's something else, Walt. I can't think of it. Speaking of, sorry guys, I got off track. Who's here with us today, this morning? I see 18 peeps in here. 11 likes, guys. Hit that like button if you would, please. Walt Harris, Dago here. Good to see you, sir. Virginia Wolf, good morning, sir, and welcome to you. Good golly almighty, the world must be ending. Molly is awake and in here with us. It's like 7:30 in the morning. What is going on, Molly? Good to see you, though. Is it Pergo? No, hell no. The guy that owns this place would never put that in, but it's something they left here. I can't remember what it is. I'll figure it out and tell you guys. So,
Does it
Miss
look like
Daryl,
wood?
it looks like wood. Yeah,
Yeah, I had that in my living room.
yeah.
It's a cheaper alternative to hardwood floors.
Exactly. But it's
Mm.
decent stuff. Don't get me wrong, but it's like a gray kind of. You've seen that ash style looking wood stuff. I don't know. I
Yeah,
can't
yeah.
get the name. I'll figure it out. But Aaron B, good morning. Of course, Mama Bear in here with us and up here with us. Good morning, dear. It's wonderful to have you back again.
Good morning, everybody.
Amazing and lovely Doodlebug. Thank you for joining me as well.
Thank you for having me up here.
Always Elizabeth Wadner. Good morning to you. Faithful mom Cheryl's in the house. Great to see you. Mr. James Tate, always a pleasure, my friend. Mikey's been in here. I think Mikey spent the night in here or something. He was in here early, ready to go, load the lights, doing all sorts of stuff. He's on a mission today. Good morning, brother.
Awesome.
Good to see you. Yes. We've seen Aaron B. SR BBBB is in the house. Good to see you. I know what SRB's been doing already this morning. I can promise you.
Me too.
Oh yeah. Well, it's something we're going to talk about too. I got to figure something out. Mecky Techie dropped it by to hit the like button, and I appreciate that, Mecky. Thank you. I'm sure you can't hear me now, but thank you. Leslie and Billy's in the house, and they were here number 2, I think, or number one besides Mikey. Thank you for being here, Krista Williams. Good morning and welcome back to you. And Molly too. Yep, I'm sure. Everybody's watching the Loon Bird this morning. So
Oh, no, I wasn't watching the Loon Bird.
yeah, it started. So here's what I'm gonna ask. I don't have everybody in here yet, but I'm still gonna ask anyway. We have 2 trials rolling. I'll tell you what, last night was rough. Watching that trial last night, listening to the testimony of the babysitter's daughter about broke me.
The babysitters this morning.
Yeah, Michelle will be this morning. But the daughter of her testified last night. Well, yesterday.
Mm.
That about broke me. Hearing what she had to say about broke me. I was so pissed off at the end. I was.
I didn't see it.
Yeah,
I
you're
get that.
lucky. You're lucky that you didn't see it. I'll put it that way. It was very hard to listen to what she said. Hearing the things that we picked up on last night as well was hard. I mean, and I gotta say, I wasn't surprised to hear some of the things that I wish I can no longer call her a trash panda because Cassie said don't insult raccoons that way. So she's right. I can't. She's just trash.
Yeah.
So the things that she did with that child, you guys, just disgusts me. And I do have the ability to slightly read lips. I learned from my mommy. And she was just making nasty comments under her breath back towards that little girl, 17-year-old little girl. Yes, the meat sack. Yes, Molly loves saying that. That's what she calls everything. Meat sack. So it was hard to hear. You know, she said at one point that she was going on about how does she look so much like her father when I made her and blah 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 blah, and then did something and like pushed him and he fell down and the baby puts his arms up and starts crying, reaching for the little girl. I just wanted to grab that woman. I've never wanted to hit a woman before in my life, you guys.
Wow.
I do now. it brings that to the surface in me, and it's like, that's not who I am. That person really makes me feel that way. It's really sad. So she completely mistreated that child. She let him fall down the stairs. She let him walk out in the street. And the girl was stating how they had him in their home for weeks on end. Why did you have this child?
Right.
She could have at any time given this child over to Michelle, the babysitter, in some form of way, figured out how to transfer custody or did something like that. And this child would be with us right now. I guarantee you.
Yeah.
It's disgusting to me. Good morning, Mr. 12 Gauge. Good to have you here. Miss Cassie, Irma Gerd. Morning. Good Gerd. Yeah, let's try that again. Gerd Mornin. Mert Bowl. So yeah, I was pissed last night hearing all that stuff. How do you do that? And then, she got mad because she was mad at Danny, the boyfriend at the time, and Quentin is saying his name all the time, and she hit him. When he was found in the street, the little girl said she picked him up and brought him and Zane back over. They were both in the street. And she backhanded him so hard that he fell and hit his face and his head on the concrete. Oh, my God, you guys. You have no idea. This is a human being you carried in your body for 9 months.
Yeah.
How do you do this? How? How does this happen?
I don't get it. There's
You're
no
both,
way I could.
Right. You're both mothers. I'm asking you. Can you imagine?
Now.
Right.
No.
Can you imagine having that feeling towards your child ever?
Toward any child, much less my own. I mean, that's crazy.
Right. It's insane. This is the epitome of evil. I swear to you, it really is. This woman, Jesus, she don't even deserve that title, in my opinion, because women are good people. Okay. Women are good creatures. They're nurturers. They're mothers. They're wives. They're sisters. They're whatever. They don't treat people like this. This is not a human, as far as I'm concerned. I don't understand it.
That just tells me that she had those children to keep the man.
That's all it. Thank you.
It.
Thank you. She's a living, breathing creature that incubates children. It's all she's ever done.
Succubus.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. If they existed in real life, that's exactly what the hell that thing is.
Mm-hmm.
And then who was up here? Mom. Oh my God, Mom.
Oh boy.
You guys think I'm out there?
I might have to go back and watch it just to see Mom.
I could hear her. I could feel the heat coming through the computer monitor from the anger of. She was so you could just.
Yeah, I think she growled a couple times too.
She did. She was literally.
Yeah, I believe it.
100%, 100%. And I thought I was bad, and I was sitting here like this most of the time, not speaking because I knew what I was going to say. At one point when her brother testified, Paul, her brother was on the stand.
Oh wow.
And he testified, and the whole family is a little fucked up, guys. You can see it, you can hear it in how he spoke, things he said. Yeah, and again, I'm sorry, but I got to go back, and I know some people disagree. I got to go back to who they were raised by.
Yep.
Billy Joe Howell. She instilled some of the ignorance in these people because he even made some statements about saying how he would tell Quentin to shut up and things like what? I know he wasn't being mean, but just the temperament, or not the temperament, but the fact that you're telling a 20-month-old baby to shut up because he talks too much. Come on, dude.
Shoot,
like, what
my 20-month-old would told me to shut up.
Yeah, right. Just saying, and so whatever. I'm not saying that he was a bad kid, but I'm saying that like you're raised by somebody that talks to you this way. All the things that they were saying that Leilani said to the little boy, to Quentin, and the way she acted, I can see Billy Joe doing the same things. We saw how she acted towards Michelle when she went off on her. Same stuff.
We saw how Billy Joe acted towards Leilani herself.
Right. And Mamabear.
Adult. So I mean,
the things
if you did that as an adult, then
yeah. Well, I mean, we all learn from our parents in some senses. We don't always carry it with us. We always, some ways we change course and decide we want to take a different path in life.
Right.
This one didn't. Okay. Good God, this one didn't. And I gotta makes you wonder, what all did the kids go through that Billy Joe raised? Why did she have those kids taken from her again? Okay. Not I know, Molly. I've heard already that the babysitter, yeah, I get it. So, but she even stated things I'm sorry, folks. I'm not trying to judge this woman, but there was another witness that came on. The defense attorney is a complete asshole and questioned her. At the very end of the questioning said, so explain how you described that you spoke to Quentin and you brought out a little weirdness per se for people in some ways. The woman claimed that she had a candle and a Bible and that she had spoke to Quentin's spirit. And he tried to make her look like an idiot is all he was trying to do to discredit her. So, she wasn't going to talk about that. And that's all he's doing. That's the defense's job, is to discredit everybody that they can, except for the piece of meat shit that did it. Okay. That was an interesting scenario. I've never seen that allowed in court. There was a couple of things they brought in that Mom even mentioned too. Like they allowed the statement about a polygraph to be talked about. They also allowed that type of stuff to be talked about. They don't typically do that in these cases. I'm really surprised that it was even spoken about, but it happened. But when they brought her on the stand, she's talking about being on the phone with Leilani and hearing the things that she was saying to Quentin. You're a bastard child. You motherfucker, this, that, and everything. I'll beat your ass and all this kind of stuff. And I'm like, wow.
Whoa.
You really don't give a shit about this child, did you? It's proof, folks. It's like, wow. Who says these things? And just constantly. Then I'm thinking to myself, why didn't you call CPS on this woman? Somebody, like so many people failed this out. It's not even funny to me. And I'm telling you, there's no way in hell for anybody that thinks so. Anybody that thinks that she's going to get off on this, that the jury's going to look at this in any other way, just watching Leilani's mannerisms while she's sitting at that table is enough for a jury to find her guilty when these things are spoken about. The zero emotion that she has shown, the faces she makes, the ignorance that she expels from her ugly ass face and all that other stuff. I'm just saying, there's no way they're going to find her innocent on this.
I don't know if you watched much of the Wade Wilson trial, but she shows about as much emotion as he did.
Mm-hmm. I think those two she's a female version of him.
Right.
Truly. Okay. Yeah, she hated that child. I agree with Cheryl. She did. Mm-hmm. And part of it came out last night. It was talked about a couple of times that he looked so much like Bubba. I think that's part of the reason why she hated him so bad. I mean,
Bubba's like, I don't believe you that you're pregnant, and didn't stick around.
He wanted her to have an abortion.
Mm-hmm.
She made that statement. Yeah, well, of course, she made that statement too. I should have aborted you when Bubba wanted me, when your dad wanted me to. See?
Good thing that child didn't understand what she was saying.
It's sad. 20 months that child lived on this earth, and every minute of his life was nothing but misery. At one point, when
he was with the babysitter.
That's it. That's when he saw true love, in my opinion. He saw and felt what it feels like to be loved by somebody.
Mm-hmm.
And it's really sad. The little girl broke down a couple of times when she was describing how he would run up to her and love her and stuff like that. And it brought a tear to my eye a couple of times too, because that's him.
Yeah.
That was him. That was his love that he expelled to everybody. And she shoved it all away.
And 12 gauge, that is 100% true.
They don't, bro. I agree with you. So here's the option. I'm going to ask, Walt, what the hell, Walt? I swear to God. I don't even know what to say to him half the time. I don't. You're a mess, bro. I love you, dude, but you're a mess. And here comes Mikey right off the backside of it, too. Both of them.
It takes the word right out of my mouth.
All we need is Phil to pop in and make a statement, too.
Right?
So here's the option I'm going to offer, and it doesn't have to be anything. I'm going to say, I want to see this thing through, okay, to make sure there's justice. But we also have Sarah's trial. I'm going to ask everybody in here, which trial do you guys want to watch more? I can do recaps on Leilani's and follow Sarah's, or I can do recaps on Sarah's and keep following Leilani's. I'm just giving you guys the option. I could try to do both, but I don't sleep now, so I'd be here all day and all night. It's up to you guys. I'm asking. Cassie says Leilani. Okay. I can catch up with both guys. I have no qualms with. I'll be able to catch us up with Sarah's with no problems. So, and
I think
Mom,
Sarah's will be boring. Sarah's is going to be more boring, and her just giving everybody the side eye.
Yeah, and just requesting stupid shit, and yeah.
I agree.
okay.
I'd rather watch Leilani.
I figured that was going to be it, but I wanted to give everybody in here the opportunity, just to know, I think about that with you guys before myself. So I want you to, it's for about you. So what did you think of the second to last person called to testify? The little girl, Michelle's daughter, the babysitter's daughter, or wait, that was the last one, right?
I think her daughter was the last one, so whoever was before her.
That would have been the old friend that said that she had a seance and she spoke to.
Oh, the medium.
I was very surprised, Taylor, that they allowed that testimony. I'm surprised it didn't get shut down when it was brought up. But the defense attorney is such an asshole that was the game he was playing. I don't discount that kind of stuff. That's people. I respect whatever people believe. Okay, I don't. Per se, I wouldn't put that in a murder trial. But I was really blown away.
I was more upset with the fact that he used her brain surgery against her. Like she was uncredible because of her brain surgery.
Yeah.
What?
Oh, yeah, that was the other part of it. She had a craniotomy done shortly before that all had happened, which is basically the same thing I had, okay?
Right.
And he makes a statement at the very end, and he goes, oh, God, Melanie, I think her name was, and he said, so you would do anything to get justice for Quentin, right? And she said, yeah, that's why I'm here. I want justice for Quentin. And he goes, what wouldn't you do? And said, I'm done, and walked away. And I said, you're a bastard. Like, literally,
Wow.
It's just to use that type of stuff on somebody.
Yeah.
That guy's a loser. And it's funny. I think the court, as well as the defense team, knows that he's an asshole, because when Michelle's little girl, the 17-year-old girl, was on the stand, he didn't cross-examine her like he did everybody else. The other guy that looks like Grandpa Harry Potter with the glasses on, he's the one that stood up and questioned her. How about that? That was done on purpose, because that other asshole would have ripped her to shreds.
Oh, yeah.
It probably destroyed her, and that they weren't going to allow for that. So,
yeah.
100%. So yeah, okay, we're going to stick with Sarah then. Good. I will give the recaps and updates on or not Sarah, I mean Leilani. We're going to stick with Leilani. Sorry, guys.
I knew what you meant.
But yeah, we're going to give the other stuff on Sarah's case. I'm sorry, Cassie. Cassie's been calling me out. I called her a trash pan, and she was like, stop disrespecting a raccoon, Dago. Okay.
Now you're disrespecting Harry Potter.
Oh, I know. Thank you, Mikey.
Dago, if it's easier, we could do like the beginning of the trial and the morning show, and then maybe at lunch, then like take a little break, and then you could come back for the evening of it without having to do all that late at night.
Oh,
well, I don't mind.
Idea.
Wait, I'm sorry. Say that again. Sorry.
Instead of you having to stay up that late and trying to catch up with the trial, we could start the trial during these morning shows, and then maybe at lunch, well, on their lunch break, we could like take a little break, and then you could come back for your evening show and finish it up
Yeah.
instead of you trying to get a whole day's worth in
Well,
4 hours. It's up to you.
maybe,
I'm trying to make it easier.
maybe. I mean, yeah, that's possible too. If I can cut this part of the show shorter, we could do some of that. But I don't mind doing. I don't want some of you guys to have to stay up that late. I know SRB likes to be in bed at a certain time, and I don't blame her. Other people, Mama Bear,
Me.
people like that, need to be in bed. I get that, So I feel bad keeping you guys up. And last night I pushed it. I wanted to get the last testimony in for that day so that we could just move on to day number 5.
And eventually, you not sleeping is going to catch up with you, just so you know.
Well,
Yeah,
and
and it has in the past, and
Yeah,
it's not been
yeah.
a good thing.
Right.
well, either way, I gotta do what I gotta do still for the channel itself, but to keep it growing and moving forward, you guys know that. But either way, I don't mind. My sleeping patterns have been like this since I was in the fire department, guys. It's not much different, but I know I
Yeah.
look like shit. I'm sorry about that, but
Nobody said that.
I can always do this again, guys. I can always where's it at? No, wait, where'd it go? Where is it? What did I do?
I don't know. What did you do?
Here, we can do this. Let's see if it works. Yeah, here we go. Now, look how pretty I am.
I didn't
See,
notice a
I look.
difference.
There's the problem. I look so bad for being able to change it. There's the problem.
Whatever.
I used that stupid weird StreamYard. What the hell is it? Touch up my appearance thing.
Oh yeah, I've played with that before, and I'm like, I don't see a difference.
It
It
basically
just makes you fuzzy.
That's it. Yeah,
Like I don't want to look fuzzy.
100%. Like it looks like I put makeup on. Is basically all it looks like. So there's no point in it.
Yes.
So be it. We'll see what happens. That's a good idea, Doodle. But let's see what we go through with this.
Well, I know several of them are switching over and trying to catch little parts of the trial and then coming back to the show. So I just thought it would be a little bit easier on them and you.
Yeah,
With no
that's
sleep.
fine. That makes sense. At least until the trial's over, and then sure. That's a good
Right.
point. It's a very good point. We could do that. Cover some of the stuff that we would cover here normally, and then that would make some sense. I already feel fuzzy. No need to look fuzzy. Oh boy. Let's see. I know. See, I bet you I know where SRB is right now. Actually, She
Yep,
went in.
that's
She
exactly
came
where
in.
she is.
She came in and went back out. It's the only thing I don't like about trials. Maybe I should have waited till after the trials to start the morning show. I don't know. I wasn't even thinking about that.
I wasn't either. I know that so many people are so interested in the trial, which I am too, but it might be easier for you too.
Yeah. Guys, do me a favor if you would. If you're in here, please run over real quick. Can we put Doodle's link in chat real fast and like and share Doodle's side out as well, guys? Please and thank you. It only takes a second. If you have not done it here, please hit the like button as well. There's 23 peeps in here, 27 peeps in here with 23 likes, guys. We're almost there. We may have to have you talk about that on Paranormal Creepy Unexplained Friday nights, Miss Cheryl. That's interesting. There is our Doodle right there. There's the link. I'm gonna post it
I already liked
into
it.
the chat. Just click that link, guys. It's pinned to the chat. Run over real quick. Hit the like button for Doodle, please, if you will, if you're in here already and not over there, and share it out from that side, please. And then you're welcome to jump back in here. Either way, you can see it from both sides. So I appreciate you guys very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Again, thank you for allowing me to be your guys' co-host today. I appreciate it so very much. very much. Everybody comes in here to see the two lovely ladies. I'm sure not my dead looking, no sleep having baggy eyes. So, house is built in Ridley Park, Pennsylvania. Brutally honest is in the house. Welcome back. Yeah. So let's kick off a couple things. First and foremost, most important, one of the most important things I should say is that yesterday. Oh yeah. Wait, before we go any further, I got to show you this. I asked Molly to grab this yesterday, and she did right when it happened, and I loved it. It was hilarious. Um,
Oh,
in
I
the
think I know what you're going to show.
yes, in Satan's trial, um, the prosecution was brought up the text messages between Satan and her drug dealer again, and or not Satan. What is it called? The succubus. There we go.
There you
The
go.
succubus and her drug dealer, and how they had been having a sexual relationship. Okay. And basically, what the defense was trying to do was to prove that all Danny cared about was drugs, guys. And when she was coming
Yep.
home, so on and so forth. That wasn't it. She was out banging the drug dealer, per se, because those were his words, as you're about to see. Thank you, Molly. Molly's very quick at this too. I said, Molly, clip that and add the audio, and I'll be damned if 3 seconds later she didn't send it to me. So, and this is the face that she made when he said that. Look at that.
That's not the one I was thinking, but yeah,
Right.
that's wow.
I froze it right at that point.
Whew.
It shows the evil of Satan that is
Wow.
flowing through her blood.
Yes.
Yeah, and listen to what he said. It's great. I loved it, and I'm keeping this clip too.
I can't tell what it's saying with the echo.
Banging the drug dealer. He was out banging the drug dealer. He was out banging the drug dealer. He was out banging the drug dealer.
And when he said it, she made that face, and she went like this with her glasses and looked up, and I'm just like, you are nothing but pure evil. Nothing. It's just very few times. This will. I said yesterday, I think it was, but I think Leilani has given Letitia Staunch a run for her money. As evil as I thought that woman was,
Mhm.
I don't know. I
Hey,
don't
demon.
know. Welcome, demon. Speaking of demons, thank you for joining us, Mr. Demon Dog.
Oh boy.
Just looking for a facial. Wow. You, Mikey, and Demon Mikey and Walt should get into a little group and start making statements. There you go. Ooh, excuse me. All right. So, like I was saying, all right, great. 33 peeps in here. Wait a minute. Am I right? Yeah, 33 peeps in here, 23 likes, guys. Let's try to catch that up if we can. Please, and thank you. Yes, thank you, Molly. That was the other point with her little pointy stick fat finger pushing her glasses up. I appreciate it, Molly. I do not like this person, folks. If you haven't been able to tell, this has brought a whole different side of me out. Just even looking at her makes me want to vomit. So
I couldn't tell.
no, it's not evident at this point.
Mm-mm. I'm gonna laugh if me and Molly both sent you the same thing in Discord.
You did. You absolutely did. Molly sent me one other thing too, which is her with her little fat finger, sausage finger, pushing her glasses up. But this is the other thing. When the camera catches you being a bitch, how about that? Yep. Thank you both. How? Molly said, "What the hell? How?" Because you guys,
You put it in the mod chat, honey, this morning or last night at some point.
yes,
And I
yes.
copied the picture and sent it
Plus,
to him.
most of us think the same way too, so
Yeah.
it's okay. Thank you
Me and
both.
Molly are usually pretty close.
Yes. That kind of
It's just
stuff.
it's kind of scary.
It very much is. So, where is it? Where is it? Somebody sent it to me last night. Hold on one moment here. I'm going to give it to you guys to get the day started.
She got called out mouthing stuff.
She was. I could read her lips 3 different ways. She said certain things. She does look like Meatloaf a little bit, Walt. Um,
Oh.
Hold on one second. We do have some good news through all this bad stuff that's been going on. Really good news. Hold on. So you guys remember this gentleman yesterday and the day before we spoke about Robert Robertson. He was supposed to have been executed yesterday evening. Yeah, it was yesterday evening. And guess what? It didn't happen. Thank the Lord Jesus. They finally did something. And I'm going to show you here real quick if I can get my stupid mouse to work. Just hours before he was supposed to be put to death. We don't need to hear the background music. I can just read it to you. A Texas judge has temporarily halted the execution of Robert Robertson. Thank God. He was found guilty of killing his 2-year-old daughter in 2003. For those of you that don't know the story, welcome, Captain Jenks. Basically, accused, convicted to death row of killing his daughter by the effects of shaken baby syndrome, which it never happened. Okay, the crime never happened. It come to be found that the little girl died from having double pneumonia, bacterial as far as and viral pneumonia, was over medicated by 2 doctors, and she passed away. Had nothing to do with that other stuff. Therefore, in turn, the man should not have even been in prison, let alone on death row. Slated to be executed yesterday evening, and it never happened, thank God. Finally, I think enough people signed the petition, called into the governor's office, said this, that, and everything else, and a judge paused it. I don't know if he's gonna.
Where is this at?
Texas, state of Texas. Tomboy brought it to my attention about 3 days ago, and I just couldn't believe it. But
yeah, I remember briefly seeing something about it.
So I am beyond grateful that this has happened. I was driving me nuts thinking about this, that this man was going to lose his life for something that never happened, which is crazy to me. But the good Lord, I think, was looking down on this one because this was nuts. And
so if there's evidence that the child died of pneumonia, why is he still locked up?
Well, that was the question of the year. Nobody could quite figure that out. Probably because the money that it would cost to turn this around, I guess, maybe, or pride, or not being able to admit when you're wrong. I don't know. Truly, there's a lot of questions with this, but yeah, and that's what I'm thinking too, Cap. I'm hoping if the judge halted the execution, he might get a pardon from the governor. This guy right here was the guy that was the lead detective on the case to help prosecute him for it. This man is saying, no, I was wrong. This is wrong. No way in hell. So welcome, Groot. Wonderful to see you, Groot. Finally getting out of the hospital. Good Lord, you've been in the hospital that time. Wow. Well, I'm glad you're doing that. I'm glad you're feeling better. I had you kept in my prayers from the last time you was in here saying something. So I hope you're feeling better and everything's going back to the way it should be, Groot. And it's wonderful to have you back. Thank you for joining us. But yeah, Cap, that's what I'm hoping for. I really am. Let me see if he's saying something here. No, he's not. So I'll just read. Brian Wharton, former assistant police chief in Palestine, Texas. Why is it?
That emotional charge.
Oh,
Okay, so now he
they
is.
tricked you.
Hold on.
We were looking for the wrong things. We fell into the trap of confirmation bias. That emotional charge in the hospital, that here is a 2-year-old little girl that is about to die. Somebody did this to her. Who did it? How did it happen? And the first thing you hear is abuse, shaken baby syndrome, and we just take it and run with it. And we find all the facts that we need to make it stand up.
The judge granted a restraining order halting Roberson's execution until he can testify at a hearing in front of the Texas lawmakers. So they're going to have him actually testify against this, which I think is amazing.
Good.
Right. Exactly. He was sent a subpoena to appear in front of the state legislative committee. Good again. So, let's see. Where is it? About the lawsuits, it's always out for plea to release him. Right, Cap. Right. I hope. I hope. 20 plus years, man's been in prison for something that never even happened. Okay.
Aw.
It never happened. That's the sad part of this whole thing. Like I said, we just went through this with the Marcellus Williams case, and it didn't. He was executed. Okay. But and there was questions about that, but nothing like this. There's proof that this never happened. And this man's still sitting in prison, still sitting on death row. And I was just like appalled. I was completely appalled at this situation. And luckily, very much luckily, it stopped. Yeah, the Memphis 3. We're going to go back to that case and look through that again, Cap. Honestly, when we get some free time away from all these trials and stuff, we're going to go back to some of these cases. I was actually thinking about pulling up the JonBenet Ramsey case and looking at that from the beginning again, just out of curiosity, because I never covered it here. I covered it on my own, but
Yeah, there's been a lot that's come out over the year, even recently.
Recently, yes, ma'am. It might be interesting to look at if you guys are into it. So we'll see what happens. But let's check this out, this news breakout, and see what they have, if they have any details.
The appeals court has just rejected a lower court order that was temporarily blocking the execution of a Texas man. Hello, everybody. I'm Heather Hayes.
And I'm Blake Hansen. It is 9 o'clock. Robert Roberson was due to be executed earlier this evening in a case that has drawn national attention. In an extraordinary move, a bipartisan group of lawmakers subpoenaed Roberson as a witness, an attempt to thwart the execution. A judge sided with those lawmakers, temporarily putting the execution on hold, but that order was just thrown out. Now there are only a couple options left. Fox 4's Peyton Yeager is following this developing story. Peyton.
Blake, this really has been back and forth going into the 9 o'clock hour. Now, Robert Roberson's execution was set for 6 p.m. this evening. It was ultimately delayed after a Travis County judge issued a temporary restraining order late this afternoon. But within the last hour, we learned the Court of Criminal Appeals overruled the restraining order, allowing the execution to continue. Now, Representative Joe Moody's office just confirmed to me over the phone they're making one last effort, hoping the Supreme Court of Texas will take their side. And now we're waiting to see if the Supreme Court of Texas weighs in or if Governor Abbott weighs in. So far, no word from either, and the clock is ticking. 57-year-old Robert Roberson was convicted in 2002 of killing his 2-year-old daughter, Nikki Curtis. Roberson took her to an emergency room where she was diagnosed with shaken baby syndrome. Roberson's attorneys challenged that diagnosis, calling it, quote, junk science, saying Nikki died from natural causes, likely undiagnosed pneumonia. A coalition of lawmakers and the lead detective on the case have argued the science supporting Roberson's death sentence doesn't hold up. Right now in Huntsville, demonstrators, lawmakers, and family of Robert Roberson are waiting. Ultimately, This delay happened because that group of lawmakers tried a unique move, issuing a subpoena for Roberson to testify before a committee.
The Texas legislature needs to hear from Robert directly. We need to know if our junk science bills are being implemented. There's a hearing scheduled for Monday. He is a key witness to that hearing, and we need him there for that. What I'm concerned about, though, is why is it taking this long for the governor to act? Why have the courts not taken this case up? I think if you review the evidence, it's clear that this is an innocent man. There's way too much shadow of a doubt.
Now, we've been following this all day. So around 4:30 p.m., less than 2 hours before Roberson was due to be killed by lethal injection, that Travis County judge sided with lawmakers and seemingly blocked the execution because of the subpoena. But then the Attorney General's office appealed that ruling. During that hearing this afternoon before the judge, the Assistant Attorney General present made it clear they were moving as quickly as possible to get that appeal moving. Now, this evening, I spoke with Attorney Clint Broden. He's represented people on death row, and he offered his reaction on the House Committee's Hail Mary.
So there's always a flurry of litigation sort of leading up to and the day of the execution.
Holy shit, this man looks like he has no eyes. God, that.
Oh my God.
You see it?
That scared me. Yeah.
That's when I first looked up because I was writing something. I'm like, good God, that's crazy looking. Creepy.
Yeah, I was doing something too, and you said something, and I looked up, and it scared me.
And this is a little unusual because of the procedural posture with the court in Travis County in Austin granting a stay based on the group of legislators going in and asking for a stay of the execution.
And just minutes after the Travis County judge issued that temporary restraining order, the U.S. Supreme Court declined to halt the execution, but it did urge Governor Greg Abbott to issue a 30-day delay. So far, no word from Governor Abbott. Right now, Abbott is probably Roberson's last hope. The prison system can wait around until 11:30 this evening to execute Roberson. And it just appears that prison officials are waiting to see how this plays out in court as we move later into this evening. Blake and Heather, we will continue to monitor this. Back to y'all.
All right, Peyton Yeager, thank you.
Cap, I don't think he does. He has no priors, right? I didn't think so.
Sorry. The only thing he had was that, from my understanding.
Mikey, he's been locked up 20 plus years.
Yeah.
I don't know the exact.
My understanding is that it didn't go through. I don't know. Wait a minute. Here we go. This was from 12 hours ago. I think this might be the one. Let's see here.
Everyone, thank you for allowing us into your home. I'm Rudy Trevino.
I'm Leslie Adamy. Major developments as we come on the air tonight of a Texas man on death row.
Robert Roberson is still alive now 4 hours after he was set to be executed for the murder of his 2-year-old daughter back in 2003. And tonight we've learned that he will not be executed tonight.
This after Texas legislators took an unprecedented legal action to step in a legal battle that reached the Texas Supreme Court tonight, who made their ruling on this case just minutes ago. Roberson's daughter had been diagnosed with shaken baby syndrome after her death, something experts, several lawmakers, even the lead detectives in the girl's case said that the science supporting the death sentence for Roberson no longer holds up and that the state should have halted this execution a long time ago. Now, when the emergency restraining order was issued earlier this evening, that in turn meant that the governor did not have to be the one to grant a reprieve for Roberson.
Now, the governor does have that authority to do so. Abbott was in Corpus Christi when the news broke about the Travis County judge granting that temporary restraining order that would stay the execution of the death row inmate.
Our Bill Churchwell was there for the governor's visit to downtown Corpus Christi. He joins us now. And Bill, did the governor have any sort of comment on that unprecedented subpoena that saved Roberson earlier tonight?
Well, the short answer is no. So far, Governor Abbott has remained silent about the Roberson case, or if he would in fact intervene, dodging any questions from the media as he left the event. Governor Greg Abbott speaking in Corpus Christi before the South Texans Property Rights Association over at the Omni. It's where he touted the Texas economy, efforts to curb illegal border crossings, and took jabs at the Biden and Harris administration. What he did not talk about was the Roberson case.
Governor, any comment on the Robert Roberson subpoena tonight?
Abbott quickly left following his speech and did not take any questions from the media. Texas lawmakers on both sides of the aisle making a plea throughout the day to delay Roberson's execution. And just 90 minutes before he was scheduled to die, a judge granted a temporary restraining order.
That an innocent man was set to be executed. And, if the state officials continue to appeal, we don't want to be in a position where somebody innocent is executed.
Roberson maintaining his innocence all these years and the 2002 killing of his 2-year-old daughter. The judge's decision Thursday night came after a Texas House committee issued an unprecedented subpoena for Roberson to testify about his case next week. It was during that hearing the Texas Attorney General's office said the subpoena was legitimate and lawful, meaning an agency could not ignore it.
We can never forget this is not an academic exercise. A man's life quite literally hangs in the balance.
Governor Greg Abbott does have the authority to issue a 30-day stay at any time prior to an execution. However, Abbott has only used his power to do so once during his time in office. And also of note tonight, advocates dropped off more than 100,000 signatures to the governor's office, pushing for the delay. Back to you.
Okay, so that's good. And yes, Bill is right. Phil says, unless I'm mistaken, since the death warrant expired, it expired at 11 p.m. last night. An entire new warrant would have to be issued, so on and so forth, and proper notice given. So there's some time with that. Yes, that's very true, Phil. I looked that up. 11 p.m. last night, the death warrant that they had written for him, they had until 11 p.m. to be able to execute him. That's expired. So now they're going to have to go into a court process, get another warrant issued for this, and then there has to be a certain amount of time. I can't remember exactly how much of notice given before he's executed at this point. So they have that time to work through this scenario. Hope to God that they can do something at this point to make it happen. The proof is in the pudding, like Mikey says.
Can you imagine an hour and a half before your death time? And then it stops? Oh, my goodness.
It's happened up to, I think I was reading an article one time where they were saying that it happened like as close as like 5 minutes before an execution, before literally like, what? That's crazy to me.
Very crazy.
And I hope to God it is. It literally, like, your death is in front of you, impending death. 5 minutes beforehand, somebody says, nope, it's not going to happen. Can you imagine the feeling? It's crazy.
No.
Exactly, Aaron. Exactly. This is crazy shit, folks. Well, that's good too. Yeah, I agree, Cap. So, by the way, welcome, Phil. I'm praying that there's enough time at this point before this is worked through, that they can do something to show and prove the bullshit, okay? And that this man is exonerated completely, is let out of prison, and then he can sue the absolute hell out of the state. Because this is bullshit. 20 years of his life are gone. His daughter's gone. Not that, that's the worst part of it. He lost his daughter first and foremost. Then the rest of his life he spent sitting on death row waiting to die over something he never did. It's just
before I fell out the window, which was really weird for me. I don't ever fall out the window. Did they do an autopsy?
I believe they did. Doodle, do you remember, hon?
I'm not sure, but they had to have done something to know she had double pneumonia.
Right.
So wouldn't the autopsy have shown that? I mean, how else would they have known?
I think, but...
And that should have been enough to get him out. So I'm really confused.
Well, that's what's confusing, about this entire thing. Is because she presented the way she did, and the fact, here's the biggest part of this. This is what he was convicted on, too. This is so disgusting to me. And it shows how weak the system is in some senses. Twice in one day. This happened twice yesterday, Phil said. This because the man is autistic, okay? And he didn't show the emotions that everybody believed that he should have shown for the loss of his daughter. That helped to convict him. That's pretty pathetic to me, you guys.
Very. Especially when at his age, he was probably taught that men don't cry and men don't
100%.
show emotion. So
And
how is
that-
that supposed to even go against you when you're grown?
Thank you.
Exactly.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Look,
It's all very
Captain-
weird.
I don't know about fluid in the lungs, but it would show the infection, the increased white blood cells, and all of
They
that. So.
That should be there. If they tested the
Inflammation.
fluid, if they pulled fluid from the lungs and tested it, it should show what it is. Okay. There should have been a bacterial test and then the viral test to show that she had double pneumonia, which is bacterial and viral pneumonia. Not to mention the drugs that she was given. She was given promethazine and Phenergan, which are basically the same thing. And they're for adults, though. You don't give children, especially toddlers or infants, Phenergan and or promethazine, okay? Promethazine
Phenergan for nausea?
Yeah.
Or am I thinking? Yeah.
No, you're right. And here's the thing, not to be weird, but for those of you that aren't familiar, promethazine became a street drug at one point. A lot of people were taking promethazine cough syrup and mixing it with Sprite, and it became a drink that younger people were drinking to get a buzz. I can't remember the name of the street name for it, but it's called something else. But that's how strong it is. But they're giving it to a child, which it depresses your breathing. Your respiratory tract is depressed from this. Already having pneumonia, the child basically was not breathing. Okay, so because she presented in a certain type, yes, that's it. It's called lean. Thank you, Aaron. Whatever the hell that means, but that's what they call it on the streets. Welcome, Melissa. Good to see you this morning. So yeah, there's that, but it's almost like they didn't want to see or hear anything other than this man did this to her. Okay. It kind of irritates the shit out of me. I'd like to, at some point, we're going to have to show his interview so you guys can understand who Robert is based on the autistic side of him and all that. It does. It definitely does. Phil's very right about that too. The pneumonia can present with similar symptoms as the pneumonia, meaning, as what Phil meant was as the shaken baby syndrome stuff. So yes.
So that bruise threw him off because she had the bruise. They automatically assumed he did something to her.
Thank you. Yeah. And the thing is that they didn't look at what typically happens when a child has shaken baby syndrome. The brain is bounced around inside the skull. I personally handled a child that was shaken horribly, whose brainstem detached from the brain. Okay. Which presents in a very lethargic, think about it, non-responsive way. If she's presenting that way, but they automatically go to this scenario because some of the symptoms are the same, like Bill said. Exactly, Cap. Slows your respiration rate, and the fluid in the lungs is recipe for disaster. Amen. It's basically like drowning. Thank you. But yeah, to give a baby that drug is going to make that child like non-existent. They're not going to be very responsive. You know what I mean? So that didn't help.
That's a good question, Mocha.
Where's the mother? I think she was deceased. I'll have to go back and look.
Yeah, I said she was deceased.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cassie, thank you. Thank you for going off topic, Cassie, and distracting me. Who's already distracted? I'm just kidding.
Hi, Mocha. Hi, Melissa. Think I missed anybody else. Hi, Phil. I missed Phil.
Yes, thank you, Cassie, very much, hon. I will check it out. So I'm grateful that has happened at this point, at least for now. Okay, welcome, Mocha, because I can't imagine this happening. It was driving me nuts. It was really bothering me. I was talking to my wife about it, a couple other people, because they were basically going to murder somebody for nothing. That's how I look at it. So,
well, I mean, I kind of see their point. They saw the bruise, and then she wasn't responding right. He has no emotion, so I guess they automatically assumed there's a crime here. But in all actuality, they should have really done their work and figured out that there wasn't. That's
yes,
really sad. This guy
it
is
is.
old now. I mean,
Yeah,
it's terrible.
and hasn't had the opportunity to have any kind of a life after that at all, other than
No, and he never had a chance to grieve, I'm sure. With all of
right.
this, he hasn't even been able to grieve properly.
Hiya, Flickery.
100%. Welcome, Flick. Good to see you. It's been a while. We missed you. My husband's brother passed from pneumonia too. It happens. I've dealt with a lot of that.
Yeah, more frequently than people realize, probably.
Absolutely. Does Alicia know that we're in here? I don't think. Let me check. I didn't.
We're here every morning.
I know. I was making.
Hey,
sure.
I don't think I even saw her in the Discord this morning.
Maybe she slept in.
That would be good for her since she hasn't been feeling good.
Is that she not feeling good too?
Uh-oh.
Whoops. She had COVID.
Oh, I bet she's sleeping then.
She was feeling better. Was it yesterday? It seemed like.
What the hell was she doing in here to begin with if she had that? Alicia. You know better than that. I just messaged Sherry this morning because I'm actually very worried about her.
I saw her post a couple things in the Discord, the morning show suggestion thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like yesterday or day before, so.
Who, Sherry?
Uh-huh.
It makes me nervous when she doesn't respond to me. Okay, that's all I'm saying.
Here, I'll holler at her. She'll respond to me.
I messaged her just to make sure she's okay. So, she did post something yesterday about, or no, this was the 14th at 2:50 a.m. It's the 18th. That's 4 days ago. I mean, she needs to respond to somebody. She's making me nervous.
I think she was active a little bit yesterday, but she's just trying to sleep it off, I think. She got her meds, and I think she's just trying to sleep it off. That coughing, because she's sleeping up.
Her coughing. Well, I think she has COPD, so whenever she does get sick, it gets to be horrible. So, and I worry about her so much. Last time she got sick, it was very unnerving.
Do I have her number?
Oh, Aaron, I'm so sorry, my friend. I remember when I was real young, my little son passed away from SIDS. I remember being interrogated. They do that, yeah. SIDS is hard to read because of what it is. Sudden infant death syndrome. It happens a lot. They just stop breathing. So they have to look at the scenario. I've dealt with a lot of SIDS scenarios and what I did. So, okay, good, Mike, because I don't think Brian responded to me either. I told you guys, whenever I don't see you guys, we go looking just to make sure everybody's okay. Because I care about everybody in here, and I just want to make sure everybody's good. Brian didn't respond to me. Damn you, Brian.
Yes, you did, Molly.
But he did respond to Mike, so that's good. Thank you, Mikey. I appreciate it. Yes, that's true. And we're not going to go through that this time. Just make sure he responds. Thanks, bud. Thank you for getting in touch with him. Aaron, I'm so sorry that happened to you, brother. That's a horrible thing. I dealt with that over the phone. It was actually another one of our transport drivers when I worked at the private ambulance company called into the ambulance company and said it was his daughter, okay, and said, where's my dad? And our dispatcher was on the phone and said that he's out on the road. And she said, well, I can't remember her son's name, but he's not breathing. I don't know what's going on. And the dispatcher threw the phone at me and I said, what are you talking about? What do you mean? Because we knew each other personally because we all worked together. We knew each other's families. And I was like, what's going on? Well, he's blue and he's not breathing. I'm like, what happened? She goes, I don't know. I came in and found him this way. I said, how long ago? She said, about 6 minutes or so. I said, turn him over and start doing CPR. She goes, I don't know how. So I'm walking her through doing CPR. Meanwhile, I had told the dispatcher, get on the phone and send a unit that direction now. There was no way. The baby died. It was a 6 weeks old baby. The baby died. Tom comes back into the office and we're all just sitting there like, this was his first grandson. He was so proud. It was horrible, you guys. It was one of the most horrible things I ever experienced in my life. And I was still new. God, I think I was 22 when this happened. I was still new in it doing this. And it was traumatic. But anyhow, and it was SIDS. It ended up being SIDS. And it happens a lot. So you got to watch babies a lot, guys. You can't just walk away from them. You can't, leave them sleeping on their stomach, face down, so on and so forth. There's a lot that goes with that. And a lot of people just don't do it or they don't understand it,
Right. I remember staying up all night watching Preston breathe just to make sure he was breathing, poking him. Oh, and he cried. I'm like, oh, okay, you're okay.
Yep. You are absolutely right. It's a thing. It is a thing. So anybody that doesn't know about it, please know about it. SIDS is real. It's not a joke, and it happens every day, guys. I have dealt with so many of them. I think that's what gave me the PTSD being in the fire service is how many children died that I dealt with. Could be the reason why I have such a passion for what I do here too. I don't know, but it's one of them things.
Could be, because for me it's car accidents. I just can't pass that.
It definitely causes trauma. Anybody that works in civil service, guys, whether it's rescue, fire, police, any of that stuff, it does affect us. It really does affect us, believe it or not. Some
Especially
people,
with children just hit you a whole different way.
Yep.
And if it doesn't affect you, then there's a problem.
If it doesn't affect you, then you need to go talk to somebody.
Right. If you get to where that stuff doesn't bother you, then I think it's time to find something else.
Everyone with children knows how exasperating it can be to have a sick child screaming, and you can soothe their pain. You can't soothe their pain. The bruising is pretty common, but here it led to tunnel vision. Good point. And the bruising on the head, the man slated. He had a box spring with a mattress sitting on 4 concrete blocks, foundation blocks. So it was, about that far off the ground, folks. The baby rolled off the bed and bumped her head, and that's where the bruise came from. They didn't believe him. Okay.
And that happens. It's so common. I mean, kids are falling all the time.
Absolutely, yes. So that is a good point, though. Very good point, Phil. I appreciate that. So anyway, the man's still alive. I think that's what's important right now. In my opinion, that's all that's important right now. So thank the Lord. Truly. Moving on. Let's see what else we got here. Speaking of Miss Wisdom, let me give you guys this story here. She dropped in here the other day. Whoa. Everything went pink. Okay. I get it, brutally. I get it.
Ohio, your friends and neighbors are already voting. Will you? Make a plan to vote early today. Find an early voting location and
Can you guys hear this?
Your ID. Learn more at vote.org/Ohio.
This is the access point for search and rescuers. They drive over the water to get to where they need to be to search for the missing hiker who hasn't been heard from in nearly a month.
Anything's possible. That's why I'm sitting here. My kid's strong.
As the days continue to pass since Austin King has been seen,
at this point, it's like we need either find him or get closure.
the missing 22-year-old's dad isn't giving up.
Just stay in there. Dad's coming for you.
Brian King Hankey made his way back
Hmm.
to Wyoming from Minnesota to continue searching for his son and has a growing team of search and rescuers along with him.
We got some reports of some phone pings that we're following up on. There was another imaging where drones have flown over, and we've taken that, and some people have done some AI stuff, sent us some very important stuff that we're actually at this moment checking this stuff out.
King made it to the top of Eagle Peak on September 17th, where he left this note that starts with, "I can't feel my fingers and my glasses are so fogged from the ruthless weather of the mountains. I truly cannot believe I'm here after what it took to be here."
Then he made those phone calls soon after making that entry or right afterwards. It was distress. He was definitely lost.
It was then volunteer search and rescuer John Lamb believes King went the wrong way trying to get back to his tent.
And I believe he got disorientated.
Searching in new spots, the teams leave from the base camp in Eagle Cliff Campground, cross the river, and hike 14 miles into Yellowstone National Park to the base of Eagle Peak.
We're way back here is where we're at the moment. So we're coming in that back way, and then we're searching that whole back ridge area, anywhere that he might have went off of it, slipped off of it, hidden somewhere to get out of the weather.
And they don't plan on stopping until snow forces them to, which could happen later this week.
It's been a roller coaster.
A dad desperately searching for his son, and a community coming to his aid.
The town of Cody itself is coming in my world. I asked them for an army, and I got an army. So, and it just keeps building.
Near Cody, Haley Monaco, MTN News.
One second, but
Flicker, no, Delphi is not being aired. Indiana said nope.
Can't really blame them. I mean, I'm sure there's some really bad details.
Right.
sorry about that, guys. Mrs. Dago called me at the same time that ended, so my apologies. That's a sad story. Very sad story. What'd you say?
I said you're excused.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Okay. I was trying to think of a comeback, but there isn't one. So
no.
So, are you guys familiar with the Slender Man story?
Yep.
The girls that in Wisconsin that did what they did.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. So, the one of the suspects, one of the girls was convicted of what she did. At this point, is asking to be released now from the psychiatric hospital that she has been forced to.
Oh, that's right. She's getting
right.
released.
So I thought it was an interesting story to show you guys, for those of you that aren't familiar with the story.
Hello, Leslie, and no, I didn't hear about where a guy got stuck in a palm tree yesterday.
Yes, I have that story too.
Yeah, it could know one over that. That's
I
pretty.
have that. That's wild, Doodle. Were you gonna say? I didn't mean to cut you guys off. I think we're on a
no, you're
delay.
fine.
What were you saying, Doodle?
Oh, nothing. I saw that Ickadmill was covering it. I don't know any of the details, but I saw that in his title. I was like, oh my goodness.
I have it. Yeah, I have it. It's crazy. I looked at it this morning and went, "What?" It's weird, but What is surprising anymore, truly? First off, welcome, Mark and Betty. Great to have you here this morning or afternoon for you. A 7-month-old meatball. Oh, isn't it sweet? Look at that.
Awesome.
Yes, happy Dago anniversary to you, Mark and Betty. We appreciate you very much. Mark and Betty is here almost every single day, guys. Every day, just about. And we appreciate that very much. And we're grateful to have you as part of this family, Mark and Betty. And hope to have you here for 7 more months plus. So thank you again very much. Congrats.
Congratulations, Mark and Betty. Hello, Wildfire.
Welcome, Wildfire. Good to see you this morning. All right, so let's see what's going on with this little girl here.
Stabbed to death her classmate when she was just a preteen in order to appease a fictional character is asking a judge yet again to free her from a psychiatric hospital.
Miss Geyser and Miss Wire attempt to kill and wanted to kill the victim. The reports show that she was stabbed 19 times in the body, torso. And was basically left to bleed to death.
Morgan Geyser was just 12 years old when she and her friend Anissa Wire lured their classmate Peyton Lautner to a Waukesha, Wisconsin park. It was there Geyser brutally stabbed Lautner 19 times while Wire egged her on. Lautner barely escaped with her life that day. The case sent shockwaves across the globe when Geyser and Wire told investigators they carried out the stabbing to earn the right to be servants of a sinister yet fictional character named Slender Man. They told police they feared the tall and faceless character would harm their families if they didn't carry out the attack. Since the near-fatal stabbing that took place a decade ago, a lot has changed. In December of 2017, Anissa Wire was sentenced to 25 years in a mental hospital after pleading guilty to being a party to attempted second-degree intentional homicide. But she claimed she wasn't responsible for her actions because she was mentally ill, which a Wisconsin jury agreed. Then in 2021, Wire was granted release after spending nearly 4 years at the Winnebago Mental Health Institute. Under her release, she was ordered to live with her father, receive psychiatric treatment, and submit to around-the-clock GPS monitoring. But the monitor was removed in September of 2023. Now Morgan Geyser is hoping for the same, despite not being successful the first 2 times around. The Slender Man stabbing case, as well as a lot of other stories that we cover here at Law and Crime, are pretty tough. And part of the reason we're able to keep bringing you these types of stories is because of our great sponsors. So I want to really quickly thank Upside for sponsoring us. If you're wondering what's Upside, well, it's a free app that gets you cash back on daily essentials like gas and groceries. And it's actual real cash back too. The money appears in your Upside app that you can transfer straight into your bank account. So here's what you do. You download the Upside app, then claim an offer for whatever you're buying on Upside. I went to 7-Eleven, got some snacks, some candy, some other items, use the app, and honestly, it's super simple. You can use the app at places like Shell, Exxon, and fast food favorites like Taco Bell and Chipotle, and that's just to name a few. So to find out how much you could earn, download Upside or click the link in the description and use our promo code LCNews to get 25 cents back on every gallon on your first tank of gas. Again, that's promo code LCNews for an extra 25 cents back on your first gallon of gas. In 2022, Geyser withdrew her first petition for release 2 months after filing it. Then this past April, Geyser had a hearing to determine if she should be released. Dr. Deborah Collins, who evaluated Geyser on several occasions since 2014, months after the stabbing, testified she wasn't ready for conditional release.
But if it is, if it's granted, and if over the next coming months, call it 2 months, you don't say a number of months in your report, but call it 2 months, 3 months, 4 months. Over that period of time, if Morgan continues on the track she's on and continues doing the things that you described here, then you would say it's appropriate for her to be in the community, right?
There will be a point when I anticipate she will be, or believe she will be ready for conditional release in the coming months.
Okay. How many months is that, if you had to estimate? Is it 2?
I don't know.
Let's just assume hypothetically, the path that you've seen with Morgan, the positive trajectory you've seen, let's just assume it continues exactly as you've seen. Is 2 more months at Winnebago sufficient?
My best estimate would be 6 to 12 months.
Dr. Brooke Lundbaum, who also evaluated Geyser, testified the now 22-year-old hasn't thought about the fictional Slender Man for a while, but was adamant there were still concerns about her release.
And just to kind of more directly address a question I know the court had yesterday, and it's also been hinted at, you don't believe that Ms. Geyser faked symptoms to avoid responsibility for the index offense, correct?
Right.
Nor does the rest of her medical team and treatment providers historically, true?
True.
So general consensus is that there were psychosis symptoms at the time that they lasted. Is it also the case that this consensus is now that they have resolved to the extent that they've been absent for an extended period of time?
If we are looking very specifically at those specific delusional ideas that contributed to the index offense, yes, that's absolutely true that there's been an absence of belief related to, say, Slender Man for several years. If we're talking about symptoms more broadly, there continue to be concerns.
But there was some who thought Geyser had enough treatment at the psychiatric hospital, like Dr. Kenneth Robbins.
What's your opinion specifically about Morgan and her petition for conditional release?
My opinion is that this is an appropriate time for her to be conditionally released.
In your report, you said that it's an ideal time for her to be released. Why is it an ideal time right now?
Because Morgan has improved quite dramatically and needs things that the institution can no longer offer. I think she's benefited a great deal by being at Winnebago in many different ways, but I think she's reached the end of what Winnebago is able to help her with. There's no suggestion that she is dangerous at this time. And the kinds of things that Morgan needs, in my view, help with socialization, help with education, help with becoming independent, are things that Winnebago can no longer provide in an effective way.
Okay, so there's no more treatment she can do at Winnebago. There's no more treatment she can do at Winnebago.
So there's more treatment. I think the downside of being at Winnebago is greater than any benefit that she could receive from the treatment that's offered there.
Psychiatrist Dr. Kayla Pope, who works at the state mental hospital where Geyser lives, was called to testify by the judge. She echoed Dr. Robbins' conclusion that it's critical for Morgan's development to be granted.
I think the one girl was more active in the physicality side of this and creating the situation, Wildfire, and the other girl just participated. That's why I believe the other one was released.
That's what I was thinking. One was more of the stabby stab, and the other one
Yeah,
wasn't.
right. And the one that's still in there is the one that kind of came up with the whole thing. And then the other one just kind of followed suit. You know what I mean? So pretty wild story. It really is.
Granted conditional release.
You're aware that both of them find Morgan at this time not suitable for conditional release?
I did hear their testimony to that effect.
And they believe that Morgan still represents a significant risk of bodily harm to herself or others?
I did hear their testimony to that effect.
You don't agree with that?
I would say I probably agree more with Dr. Robbins' assessment of the situation. Morgan has not had any dangerousness for several years now. And I do think at this point it is critical for her to make the transition to the community to help with her ongoing development.
You don't believe 6 months from now she would be less ready to go into the community, do you?
No. But I do think that critical period for development is closing, as Dr. Robbins identified.
During Geyser's April hearing, she elected not to testify. And when it came time for the judge's ruling, he ultimately ruled Geyser still presented a risk to herself and the community.
This court is satisfied by evidence that's clear and convincing that Ms. Geyser does pose a significant risk of bodily harm to herself, to others, or of serious property damage for the reasons that I've stated. Now, she works hard. She continues to do what she's supposed to do, but that doesn't change this risk. Remember that the community is concerned with risk, dangerous risk. The community is concerned to a great extent as well with what happens to Ms. Geyser. But the primary concern in the balancing, and we talked about balancing earlier, in the Randall case, they talk about the balancing that goes on in the court's decision. The ultimate determination of dangerousness requires a careful balancing of society's interest in protection from harmful conduct against the equity's interest in personal liberty and as well as autonomy. So that's the balance. But the balance is the public interest in staying away from harmful conduct. Under these circumstances, this court satisfied that the scale stepped in favor of the public, and it steps that way by clear and convincing evidence. So in this matter, after hearing all of the credible evidence, which I'm satisfied was very well presented by both the state as well as by the defense, I'm satisfied that the petition should be denied.
Now Geyser hopes on the third time around, the judge says yes. The one-page petition cites state laws that requires the judge to appoint at least one expert to examine Geyser and produce a report within 30 days of being appointed. That hearing is set for early next month. So how likely is it Morgan Geyser will actually be released? I want to bring on now clinical and forensic psychologist Dr. Joni Johnston. Joni, it's always so great to see you. You know, the Slender Man case was everywhere when it had happened, but now more than a decade later, Morgan Geyser is still in a psychiatric hospital. hoping to be released just like Anissa Weier. Joni, what's been your reaction to Geyser applying for her third chance now at release?
Well, it makes sense in a way that she would be there longer than her co-defendant at the time. I think that she was perceived as kind of the mastermind. She had a longer sentence. And so I think that it makes sense that the people who are evaluating her, who've been treating her, are likely proceeding with caution. They want to make sure that if she's to be released, that she's going to be safe in the community, that she's on her way to living a life that's crime-free, and that she's able to, have some insight into her mental health disorder. And so there's a lot of factors that go into evaluating whether somebody is ready to be released into the community. And of course, safety is the number one concern.
And talk to me about what all goes into this type of evaluation and how much of her age at the time of the offense is factored into.
Welcome, Miss Kaylee. Glad to have you back today. Chick Bait, great to see you as well. Thank you both for being here. And anybody else that's out there hanging out, just watching, we appreciate you very much, guys. Please make sure to hit that like button when you come through the door, if you will. We appreciate you so very much. Thank you.
She looks like an old Ashley Judd to me.
What'd you say, hon? She looked
Older
what?
Ashley Judd. This lady in red, she looks like
Over
an
here,
older
yeah, she does
Ashley
kind of
Judd.
have that. I agree. That's a good point. She does look like her. It's the eyes, I think. I do agree.
To the judge.
Well, certainly age is always a factor when you have somebody who's 12 years old. But I think also the actual crime that's been committed is a huge factor as well. And so what's going to be happening, and what has been happening, I'm sure, is that the psychologist involved, there's always more than one, because multiple opinions, I think, are important, just to kind of make sure that one person isn't far over to one side or the other. They're going to be meeting with her, doing some psychological testing with her. And also, and in some respects, I think more importantly, really looking at her records, talking to people who've been treating her, talking to people who've been around her every day, and taking all that information and putting together some kind of assessment of whether they think she's safe to be released. I mean, it's a very, very challenging question to answer, because we can talk about statistics and likelihood and risk, but it's very, very difficult to take all of that and apply it accurately every time to one person.
And Morgan Geyser applied once, then withdrew her petition. During her second petition, she had a whole hearing where different psychiatrists who evaluated her spoke about her risk. And that second hearing happened just in April of this year. In your opinion, what makes this time different as far as Morgan petitioning the judge to be released on conditional release? And do you think that it'll be successful this time around?
Well, I think that, oftentimes when individuals are either up for parole or they're up for, in this situation, conditional release, they have a set amount of time that they have to wait to reapply. And I believe 6 months was the amount of time, the minimum amount of time that she could wait to reapply. So it makes sense to me. I know that she's certainly eager to be released and that she's been very clear about that. And so I'm sure.
Welcome, Miss Alicia. I hope you're feeling better. I did not know that you were that sick. I hope things are better for you. You don't. If you're not feeling well, hon, please know you don't have to be in here. I'd rather you take care of yourself, make sure you're good. So, again, I hope you're feeling better or getting better.
Sure her attorney has looked at her treatment and talked to her at length. And so, I'm not surprised that within 6 months she's applying again. So I think that's the first part of it. Whether she will be released, I think is really going to depend upon how her evaluators and her treatment team feel specifically, I think, about her credibility and her treatment, and also about her insight into her severe mental health disorder. I know that there's been some concern about some of the statements that she's allegedly made to some of her
Happy to hear that.
clinicians, for example, saying that she, somehow faked mental illness to get out of a horrible family situation. And, on the one hand, I think people kind of look at that and they kind of go, oh my God, this is somebody who was able to fool us for 8 years and pull the wool over our eyes. I think from a treating perspective, it's the opposite concern, because if you look at her records and what's been revealed and some of the things that people who've observed her have seen, is there's a lot of documentation that this is somebody who was psychotic for a significant amount of time. And so the concern is not, was she pulled the wool over her eyes? But one of the things we know about schizophrenia is that a lack of insight can be a symptom of schizophrenia. So the question then becomes, okay, is this a person who has a severe mental health?
Welcome, Arctic. Good to see you, brother. Hope you're doing good today as well. Thank you for joining us, my friend.
Health disorder, but doesn't think that she does. And that's of concern, of course, because there is a connection in her case between her symptoms and what she did. And so we want to see that she is aware, that she is actively in treatment, that her symptoms are under control, and even more importantly, that she recognizes, the risk and stressors and triggers that might cause her to begin decompensating.
And why do you think a judge granted Anissa Weier conditional release and Morgan Geyser hasn't had that same opportunity? Do you think it's because at the time of the offense that it was Geyser who was the one who had stabbed Peyton Lautner, while Anissa was just the one kind of egging her on during the stab?
I think that was maybe a factor at the beginning. I would imagine what became more of a factor is how she progressed over the time that she spent in a forensic hospital or in a psychiatric hospital. So even though they're starting out with similar crimes, and I know that we've already talked about the fact that Morgan, I think, was held more accountable and seemed to have more of a major role in that. But I think when you're talking about release, you're also looking again at how, Alyssa's been, how she progressed in the 10 years that she was there, or that 7 or 8 years that she was inside. And so she was, for example, not exhibiting any severe mental health symptoms. If they felt like as she got away from Morgan, that there was this kind of enmeshed relationship, and as she got away from Morgan, that she began to kind of recover and she didn't seem to have severe mental health disorder, she's going to be treated differently and she's going to be perceived differently.
And in these types of requests for conditional release, how much does the judge factor in what the victim has to say?
That is such a tricky one, because I think, ideally victims and victims' families would always have a voice. And I think that they certainly will have a voice, whether it's as a part of the hearing or just the fact that the judge has heard them speak before or is aware of their feelings about this. I do think when you're talking about, though, somebody who's been sentenced to a mental health facility, that is probably going to be, secondary to the community violence risk.
Yeah, bro, we talked about that first thing this morning. I was kind of excited about that to see it and grateful that it stopped. So thank you very much for that, for sure. Guys, check out Arctic's Box. If you haven't checked them out yet, please, there's the links right there. Jump on over, like everything that you can that he does, because he does so much, if you can, of course. And subscribe. Share the channel out, guys. Another great creator that does great things. We appreciate Arctic so very much. And thank you again for being here with us today, bro. Appreciate you very much. Thank you,
and her
Doodle.
level of treatment and cooperation.
Well.
So it's always a factor. It's not going to be, I think, the determining factor.
And Morgan Geyser didn't testify in her previous hearing that happened in April, but do you think this third time around she will? And what does her testifying, do you think that'll kind of help benefit her in a way, or do you think that could kind of deter her as well, too, in her request for release?
That's going to be a tricky decision, I think, between her and her attorney. I do feel like when push comes to shove, her treatment team and her evaluators are going to have the main say in whether she's released. And I think because they're the ones who've been with her and evaluated her over and over again. And so she very well may want to speak and talk about her treatment and those kinds of things. But if there are things that have happened more recently in the past couple of years that she would have to explain or talk about, her attorney may discourage her from speaking up because of that.
And given just the entire situation, when I say the entire situation, I'm talking about from the time of the offense to even now, in your opinion, do you think Morgan Geyser should be released on conditional release?
Well, I think, there's a couple of arguments here. One, of course, is at some point she's going to have to be released. I mean, I guess she doesn't have to be for 40 years, but I think most people would think that given the fact that she was 12 years old at the time that she committed this, that she deserves a chance to do that. So then I think the question becomes, what is going to happen to her once she is released? And so, I think that really is the big question. Is there a place where she can go where she's going to?
That's a good point, Phil. Phil says, consider the similarities and differences between the crimes, sentencing between these two, and Carly Gregg. For those of you that aren't familiar with Carly Gregg, that's the case that we went over last week where she killed her mother. Very strange situation for a child. Okay. I think Carly was 11, and it says tried as kids versus adults capable of rehabilitation versus life without it. This is a difficult thing to think about. It's a good point though, Phil. I appreciate that thought. Cap says if she was the mastermind, they're not going to release her. It shows premeditation. 100% shows premeditation, but she was also, like they said, 12 years old. Does the mind changes from child to adult, but is it something that is going to change for the better? Is she going to grow out of it per se, which I don't think you do. That's my opinion, but I don't know. It's interesting. It's an interesting thought process. Thanks, Arctic. But good points, both of you guys. Very, very interesting cases here. The psychological side of this is what really grabs me. Like, what goes through the mind of an 11 or a 12-year-old that does something like this? Can they be rehabilitated? Is this something that carries on in their adult life? Is their mind permanently stuck in this, this realm of what it is? I think that, yeah, Mocha, I think this one is schizophrenic.
Right. And how is this gonna work if she gets released? Because will she think, oh, I never want to go back because it was horrible? Because this isn't prison. This is more psychiatric.
Yeah.
So I don't even know if she would have learned her lesson by this punishment.
Well, and here's the thing: if she is schizophrenic, part of it you have to look at it from that side of things. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's not just going to go away.
Right. That's it. Another great point. Arctic says Carly Gregg is the direct result of people like Gypsy Rose getting a slap on the wrist and glamorizing parent side. That's a good opinion, though, bro. I mean, it makes sense. It really does. Speaking of which, I don't know what I'm doing here. I didn't know what you were doing, but
And her parents. I mean, can you imagine what they have went through? Oh my goodness.
sure, absolutely. You know, and it's from my understanding is that this little girl's father was schizophrenic as well. But see, this is a medicatable thing at this point. Is the medication enough for it to change your the mode that you're in? You know what I'm saying? I'm not thinking of the right words today, but
We would have to go back and look at statistics on this. Like children, can they rehabilitate something like this?
that's it. Is it something that is rehabilitatable? That's a good point. There he is. Welcome, Martin. Good to see you, brother. Thank you for joining me this morning.
I just feel like if they give this girl any type of leniency, that it's sending the wrong message. We already have been down this road with the Gypsy Rose case, and what happened there. She got out. She's making money off of her crime. And I feel like we're going to see the same type of situation if they give this girl like 10 years and give her a chance to get back out. We're going to see the same type of situation all play out all over again.
I can agree with you. And there's another side too, like Mocha just said. What if she is released? Say she's been on a medication, for this so many amount of years, and she's doing okay on that medication. A lot of these people, once they have the ability to take care of themselves, don't like taking these medications. We've seen that I don't know how many times, and decides to not take her medication, turns around and kills somebody else.
Right.
Now
What if
what?
she gets mad at a friend? How is she going to handle that?
Or she gets married in a relationship, a husband or a boyfriend, or down the road a child that she may have. Who knows? That is what is so scary about like dealing with situations like this and releasing these people. Okay, how do you know for sure?
And that's the thing. I mean, there's no guarantees that anyone's going to stay on their medications. However, I will say, having mental health issues myself, if you stay on your med, even with a diagnosis like schizophrenia, you can live a relatively normal life. The problem is I don't think this girl is remorseful for the crime that she's committed.
And I can agree. I've watched multiple. This case was something I was really stuck on for a while. Mainly because the whole, guys, I'm into the horror stuff and all that. And to see this whole Slender Man thing go down was like, wow. And I know another moderator for this channel, somebody helped get me started on YouTube. Her uncle was a police officer in this area that this happened on. She knew all about it. So we had talked about it. And watching the interviews, the videos, the court hearings, this and that, I'm right there with Arctic. I have a hard time believing there was any remorse. She never showed any. Now, we just went through something with Robert Robertson. Okay, Robertson, sorry, where he showed no remorse or no type of emotion. So therefore, they thought he was guilty immediately. So this is a very fine line to be able to understand with somebody that has mental illness and not. Okay. A 12 and 11-year-old, a 12-year-old, a 13, 14-year-old child that takes somebody else's life. There's something to look at with that, because this is a child whose mind is not supposed to be developed to the point where they can make that kind of a decision, in my opinion. So, there's a lot of things to look at that are strange with this. So I agree, Arctic, in a lot of ways with what you're saying. As well as a couple of the other ones here. Mom's in here on break, it looks like. Mom says she's yelling too. I told you that crazy woman flipped him down the stairs. The neighbor just testified that he heard something crash down the... Oh my God. See?
Wow.
We'll find out about that later, guys. But yeah, this case, this trial has been like really yanking my heart hard, and just making me so pissed off. I'll say that. But yeah, I know you did. We'll find out. Welcome, Stormy. We'll find out about this here a little later, folks, when we jump back into it. It'll be earlier than yesterday for sure, too. But yeah, getting back to, but yes, Mom, I agree. You're right. And jumping back to this here, I'm kind of torn on this. Do you keep this girl in a psychiatric hospital for the rest of her life? And you know, make sure she's medicated, watch everything she does, all this kind of stuff, or do you let her out to try to live a normal life and take the chance
Well,
that
and
she
I will say that there's a
can?
big difference in this case and Gypsy's case because Gypsy was a legitimate grown adult when she committed her crimes.
Right,
We're
right.
talking about a 12-year-old girl here. And I feel like, you know, there is a chance of redemption in her case to an extent if she stays on her medication. 12 years old, I mean, I'd hate to see her whole life be destroyed because she made a stupid mistake. But at the same time, I mean, it's a mistake that can't be undone. So I don't feel like maybe imprisonment for the rest of her life, but definitely locked away in a psychiatric facility for the rest of her life, or until she can prove that
Yeah.
she's rehabilitated. I mean, they did the same thing with the guy that tried to kill Reagan back in the 80s. I mean, they kept him locked away for years until he was able to, I guess, prove that he had reformed himself.
And that's the thing is sometimes though, and I agree with you too on that. The difference with the thing, and I want to say this real quick, but he's right. Gypsy Rose was legally an adult. Okay, this girl is 12 years old. Remember something too, though. Gypsy Rose may have legally been an adult, but her mentality, in my opinion, was probably that of a 12-year-old. To be honest with you, okay, she's still very immature. And a lot of that, you know, because of what Dee Dee had done, kept her immature in some senses. But still, I still believe. Other than with this little girl with the schizophrenia, if it's medicated, like I said, I think it's definitely something that is workable. Gypsy, in my opinion, knew right from wrong. Okay, whether she had a young mentality or not, knew right from wrong, and I think she used the system and used the what Dee Dee did to be able to kind of get away with that in a sense. People may disagree, and that's okay. I respect that, but I think Gypsy really, really took advantage of a lot of different things to do what she did. And I don't think she has any remorse for it either. None at all.
Oh,
Even
well,
though,
I mean, I'll just say it. I mean, Gypsy was as big of a scam artist as her mama was. She knew she could walk. She knew that she wasn't on all those meds that they tried to make it out in the docu-series she was on. A lot of those meds were for her mom. Her mom had diabetes, had kidney disease. She was pretty much confined to a bed her damn self. It's not like she could really stop Gypsy from leaving if she wanted to. So
right.
that's why I have such disdain for her is she got an autistic child. Well, he was an adult, but basically someone with the mentality of a 12-year-old to do her bidding for her, and then threw him under the bus to where he's spending the rest of his life in jail while she's out there getting breast implants, nose jobs, and living her best fucking life.
And that's the manipulation. And that tells you right there, somebody that is able to manipulate somebody to that extent, in my opinion, is dangerous. Very dangerous. The victim side of it, I can't follow it anymore with her. I can't. Maybe when she was younger, sure. Dee Dee did some horrible things. I get it. I got it. I understand it. At this point, though, like Arctic just said, Gypsy has manipulated the whole world into believing her sob story at some point. Like Arctic said, though, she knew she could walk. She knew all these things. She could have got up, stood up out of that wheelchair, and walked out of that house at any given damn time, and Dee Dee couldn't have stopped her. Think about it, folks. Truly think about that, okay? This little girl has a real deal mental issue, okay? And I mean, maybe a partial release per se, maybe would work for her to see how things go. I still think she needs to be monitored on a heavy basis, okay? If they're going to do something like that. I don't think just letting her go free into the world and living life at this point is a safe thing. But maybe a partial release where she's still monitored, ankle monitor maybe, or something, and she's with somebody. Somebody's always watching what she's doing, at least for a few years, okay? To make sure that she is going to, you know, commit to the standards of life and society. That's an opinion. I don't know. Hey JC, great to see you, hon. Yeah, and now she's pregnant with Gypsy, and I
Well, that's if you believe she's actually pregnant. I have my doubts about that too.
so do I. That's what I'm saying. It's exactly what I mean. She's a manipulator, folks. She knows, and she's a pro. She was raised by a manipulator to be a manipulator, and has now come out into the world after doing what she says was, paying her dues. I don't believe she did. She manipulated, like Arctic said, she manipulated somebody to do her bidding, so she didn't have a hands-on part in it to take some guilt away, in my opinion. But again, I don't, and that's another thing. I don't think Gypsy is truly I don't think she Jesus, I can't talk. I don't think Gypsy Rose truly feels guilty for what she did to her mother. That's just my opinion. I don't think
no, she doesn't, because even in the interviews that she does, she's like, well, people make it out like I'm a murderer. I'm not the victim. I'm not the one that committed the actual crime. That was John. He's the one that actually committed the act. However, if you look at the evidence and the amount of stab wounds, John says that he stabbed Gypsy's mother like 4 times, and there were several more stab wounds than that. Some of those came from a hand other than John's dominant hand. So it makes me really believe that Gypsy had much more involvement in the crime than what she ever let on.
Absolutely. And she handed him that knife. She made him
Yep.
put the gloves on at the door before he even came in. She's every bit as guilty as he is.
Amen, amen, amen. And I'm going to tell you, we all know that she is the one that wrote that Facebook post. I think it was Facebook, yeah.
Yep.
That had all those that John he didn't write that. She did. So think about what she wrote and the mentality it takes to think of those things to write. Okay? There's definitely still, in my opinion, something very dark about Gypsy Rose. I'm just saying. And I don't trust anything she says or does. I wouldn't trust her to be alone with a baby ever.
No.
I don't, not at all, you guys. So think about those things is what I'm saying. Now, this is a little different, but I think.
Well, at least this girl has a legit diagnosis. Gypsy Rose's mother had never even been diagnosed with Munchausen by proxy, much as they would have you believe that she had been.
Right. Take care, Mom. Thanks for jumping in. No, that's very true. Very, very true. There was no diagnosis. It's all based on what we, the people, know and see from her that's what it was. But still,
And she had plenty of opportunity to tell someone what was going on. Plenty. Doctors, nurses. I mean, you name it. She could have told someone.
100%. Her friend, anybody she could have said something to if she really, truly wanted to. Okay. I think she enjoyed the attention she got, regardless of what she says. I think she enjoyed the attention immensely. She still does. We see her. She's in the limelight immediately. Like Arctic said, she's making money off of killing her mother, folks. Think about that. That's dark. And becoming the person that she is because of that. And again, the person that she manipulated to do what in her mind she wanted to do is sitting in prison for the rest of his life. She's out living her life, her best life. It's insane to me. It's a complete, total manipulation. She's manipulating the whole world at this point. And I'm telling you, I'm just going to call it right now. If this woman is actually pregnant, God, I pray that she's not. But if she is and delivers a child, I'm telling you, it's going to turn into something very bad, very dark at some point. I hate to say that because I don't want it to happen.
She says that she won't put her child on camera if she is pregnant, but I promise you, you trust and you mark my words and you mark this on the calendar right now. If she gives birth to a child, she'll be the next one to start a YouTube family vlog channel and make money off that child left and right.
100%. Yeah, 100%. And I still feel like at some point, and I don't want this to come true. I don't, that she's going to hurt that baby somehow. If not take that baby's life. That's all I'm saying. If it's actually going to happen, if she's actually pregnant and she has a baby, that's what I'm afraid of, truly. So
I think her dad will raise it. Her dad will end up raising that child.
I hope so. I do. Now, I'm also waiting to see the day when she comes forward and says that she miscarried this child and gets all the attention from that, because this very well possibly could be exactly what this is all about. Knowing that from her past, if she shows some form of weakness, an illness, a sickness, something horrible happening, that's going to bring the whole world's attention directly on her. Think about that. That this whole thing could be have been created just to get the attention when she miscarries this child. I'm just saying. Again, this is what people like her do to the rest of us when we see what she's done. We're smart enough to realize. So, there is a separation between her and this case right here.
Oh, definitely. I mean,
For sure.
with this little girl here, I mean, it's just a prime example that the help that's needed for these mental health issues is not as readily available as it needs to be. Had she been on the proper medication, had she gotten the proper help that she needed, this could have completely been avoided, in my opinion.
And what about the boyfriend? I mean, who's to say he's even safe?
Which one are you talking about?
Gypsy's boyfriend now.
That's a good point.
Well, we won't get started on the fact that she switches men more often than most people switch underwear. I mean, her first husband that she was married, the husband that she was married to, when she got paroled out, she basically used him so she'd have a place to stay after
Yep.
she got out of jail, and then she immediately hooks up with her ex Ken and is supposedly knocked up by him. Meanwhile, Ryan, the one that stood by her while she was still locked up and supported her during her transition into the general public, got basically used like a piece of toilet tissue.
Yeah, it's not to
Yeah,
mention.
that's sad.
And now she's trying to classify herself in there with the Kardashian girls. How about that, guys?
I got to sit on my hands for that.
You're right, JC. I cannot stand Gypsy Rose, not one bit. I think she should have been locked away for the rest of her life. And I think if they're going to sit here and review cases like they're doing the Menendez case and everything, they need to take a look at the Gypsy Rose case from the beginning, and they need to look at giving Go to John parole, because I don't believe that he should be locked up for the rest of his life.
I don't think he would have ever done anything like this if it wasn't for her. I'll just put it that way. Okay.
Exactly.
I really don't. I
Well,
don't at
he
all.
had tried to talk her out of it on a couple of occasions, and she kept pushing. Well, the only way we're going to be together is if you kill her. The only way we're going to be together is if you kill her.
Right. Manipulation. 100%. That's a good point too, Cap. That is a good point. Like what man would go in knowingly and willingly get into a relationship with this woman? That's another thing. There's something else to look at there. I agree.
Yeah, there is money.
That's what I'm thinking. Or the possibility of a mental illness as well. So I think she was older than 18, Mocha, when this
I
all
think she
happened.
was 19. 19 is, yeah.
Yep. I do agree. I think he's right.
So yeah, she could have left. In fact, she did leave a couple of times, and she claims that her mama dragged her back. Well, I'm going to tell you what it boils down to is she liked the lifestyle she was living. She liked all these free trips to Disneyland. She liked all the free Make-A-Wish shit. She liked the fact that they had a brand new house given to them by Habitat for Humanity and everything else. So, and she knew exactly that she wasn't sick, but she did have an illness, which explains the feeding tube and everything. She had a chromosomal disorder, which explains the crossed eyes, the problems with her vision, the problems with digestion, which is why she had the feeding tube to begin with. So all this, oh, I was tortured, and she had uh this illness where she makes me think I'm sick. No, that's bullshit. She didn't have Munchausen by proxy. No. Yeah, she claims she didn't know her real age either. I don't believe that for one damn second.
Mm-hmm. And again, like you said, she was never diagnosed with Munchausen by proxy. So there's a lot to look at with that case, guy. I've looked at that thing inside out because I was mesmerized by how that could happen. Of course, I watched both the movies they made. One of them is on point with it. The other one is way off, in my opinion. But still, you'll have to get Leilani's BFF to channel my spirit to tell me. I get it. Yeah, that was wild.
I just feel like this is ridiculous because look at all of the people that have been molested or worse, and they
Right.
don't go out and kill the person that did it. So what gave her the right?
Mm-hmm.
That's a great point, Doodle. Definitely. Add the other health issues, disaster brewing. Yeah. Dago, you've made me question so much. I believed everything for some reason. That's because that's what it's about, Kaylee. The whole point is to believe in this stuff. Okay, that they're succeeding. That tells you the manipulatory levels that she can get to with that scenario. No, JC. From my understanding, Dee Dee was never diagnosed with that ever. It was just basically what we all saw.
It was something that the defense lawyer introduced into the courtroom, but it was never diagnosed. They've gone through all of Dee Dee's records, and she's never been diagnosed with Munchausen by proxy.
Right. Absolutely. Oh, yeah. Go ahead, Kaylee. Look at it for what it is. You know, with everything you know about true crime after being into these different channels and look at her for who she is, what she's really doing. Okay. My mother has MBP. She's still breathing. I ain't what you would call healthy mentally, but still. I get it. Here's the thing. You have the choice, Brandy, to break away from that and break the mold. Okay. That way you don't continue on doing that kind of thing. My ex is Munchausen's. I wouldn't say by proxy, but definitely had Munchausen. She tried to medicate my kids for everything until I stepped in and said no. Which is part of the reason why I got custody of my children, because she would give them Benadryl and NyQuil for everything and anything just so they'd sleep.
Oh my God.
And if they sniffed a little bit, it couldn't have been allergies. It was that they had the flu and it was running them here, running them there. She had my daughter had foot surgery done that she didn't need. She told my daughter that you'll never have children because your uterus is tilted or something. And there was something, my daughter was getting kidney infections a lot, and told her that she was going to have a kidney transplant. All these types of things went on. Okay.
Good God.
And then, you know, my daughter's 31 now and knows all these things and knows that it was all bullshit. She's trying to have a child now, but she also made my daughter believe that she was always too fat. Therefore, my daughter ended up with an eating disorder when she was younger. She doesn't have it now, but she did.
That's terrible. It really is.
Same with my son. So there are different variations of it, but I do believe she was never diagnosed. She would never admit, but I do believe she's Munchausen's as well. Because of
and
that.
JC, just so you know, I mean, she doesn't even fit the criteria for a diagnosis for Munchausen by proxy. People with Munchausen by proxy, they do it in order to get attention, but they don't profit off of it. Whereas Dee Dee Blanchard did it to profit severely. I mean, she had people giving her donations and free stuff left and right. The people that legit have Munchausen by proxy, they do it as a means of getting attention. And to make themselves look heroic. That's the reason why they do the things that they do.
Exactly. And if anything, I think Dee Dee needed to be diagnosed with being a scam artist is what she needed. That's all really it was, in my opinion. But you know, the attention part of it probably was something that she liked, but I'm saying I don't believe it was Munchausen's either. Anyway, just showing you guys that this was taking place. We don't need to keep going with that because it's not going to say any more than what we do. I feel that personally that this little girl needs, if they're going to do anything, it needs to be a a supervised partial release per se, and try it for and I don't mean a couple days, couple weeks, couple months, couple years, okay, and see how she deals with society and public and lives her life.
Maybe a residential facility,
Yeah,
not a halfway house, but more residential to see if she can even
something
get along with people.
where she can come out for a couple days or something, come back in,
Yeah.
be monitored on a bracelet or something that she's being watched repetitively by people in general, okay, and see how it goes. And that'll prove, I think, that she can handle society and she can live a normal life. And I just, if something happens, that'll be the answer right there. You go back to the original and leave it at that. That's my opinion. I just this is
Yeah,
definitely
and one of the conditions needs to be that she's drug tested weekly to make sure she's taking her medications. And the second that she stops taking her medications, that's a violation of whatever terms, and she goes back to jail.
agreed. Agreed. Absolutely, sir. I do agree. Most definitely. Thank you, Mama Bear. Yeah, definitely. Cap, fine line between Munchausen's and narcissistic. Yes. Thank you, Cal. I appreciate that very much. And it's great to see you here. Let's see here. Right. Absolutely, Kaylee. Absolutely. Yeah. Hell, we may go back and look at the Gypsy Rose case one day just for shits and giggles. Who knows? Because a lot of people seem to, it's weird, Arctic. I don't know if you knew this, but a lot of people don't even know that case happened, which is crazy to me because it was such a big thing, but
I was just thinking that, Dago.
yeah,
Go back, maybe we could spot, little things.
absolutely. Absolutely. Just for the hell of it. Why, I don't see why not. That way everybody could truly see what the truth was behind this, not what little Miss Gypsy's putting out there now. I'm cured. I'm fine. I'm rehabilitated. I feel so bad. I miss my mom. No, you don't. No, you don't. I don't believe that. I'm sorry, but I don't believe that she misses her mother. I don't believe that she feels bad for what she did, you guys. And it's not me trying to be mean. I just feel that way. When I listen to her talk, when I watch her mannerisms, when I look at how she reacts to things, I don't believe her. I just don't.
I know a woman that was in prison with her. Now, not in the same cell, but that would be neat if we do go back and look at that. Maybe she'll come up on panel and
That'd be
talk
awesome.
about her encounters. I mean,
That would be awesome. 100%. I would be down for it just to get a deeper look at it and another insight into it. I'm all about that. You guys
she
know that.
says that her voice and everything is not what she portrays. Like in
No,
prison,
she
that
fakes
wasn't
it
her.
all. Wow, really?
Oh yeah, there's people that knew her, and they say that she can talk just like you and I are talking right now.
Yep,
That
that's
high
how she
pitched
is.
voice that she uses is just an act.
Yep, a baby talk. Yep.
See that in itself, guys, right there, that form of manipulation, she's manipulating the entire world into believing that that's who she is when she's truly not. She's playing a character still. Okay. She's playing a character. This is Gypsy Rose Blanchard or whatever the hell her last name is now. But in reality, she's really, like they said, she has a whole different voice, probably a whole different personality. I'm telling you, if you're still manipulating the public like that, there's something not right. Something's going to happen. I'm telling you. Unbelievable to me. Unbelievable. It's crazy. So, yeah, that is nuts. The voice thing, I kind of wondered about that. I really did. And she still does it. She still does it. We just watched that stupid thing where she gave advice to the Menendez brothers, and I wanted to vomit, but she's doing the voice with that. Sorry.
I was also told she likes to stir the pot. Like she would get people bickering back and forth just to benefit her.
Because it's drama, and that's what she lives for. Agreed. I do agree. Were you going to say something, Mama Bear?
I said, ew.
Yeah, oh, yeah. Yeah. Phil says cross-eyed. Maybe she was kicked by a mule. Clark Griswold's niece. And oh, Jesus, Phil. Yeah, I remember. Exactly. Her voice drives me nuts. We have to remember though that she did have her salivary glands messed with too. That's not going to change her voice though. I don't think. Not like that. She's probably gotten so used to using it, and that's a good possibility. But I'd rather believe that she's doing it on purpose so that people will falter to the little girl mentality that she tries to portray in that sense. Everybody has called her out. That's another thing, guys. Listen, I must say this. If she was really as mentally strained and mentally fragile as she claims to be, do you guys think she could take all the ridicule that she has had thrown at her since this? Truly, I don't think so. I don't think
probably not. She'd sue.
and flip out. I think so. I think she's calculating. Okay, she's definitely an actor. She plays a part, guys. It's a character. Gypsy Rose Blanchard is who she plays every day.
Just like Leilani did in their police interviews.
Of course. It's a show, guys. They're putting on act number 2. This is act number 2 for Gypsy. Act 1 was what she did with her mom. This is act 2. This is how she lives her life. And you remember when she was younger, always dressing up, princess this, princess that, dress up. We're playing dress up at fucking 19 years old, blah, blah, blah. This is her mentality because she's a manipulator. It's sick. It is so sick to know that these people are out and about living amongst us every day. It's crazy. Wow. That's all I can say. Is this is what you sent me, Mama Bear?
On the Tom Hanks thing.
Yeah, but it does it have something to do with Delphi too?
Oh, I don't know. It's just the local newspaper. I just saw the Hanks thing.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. There might be some. There's probably something in there about
No,
Delphi.
here, yeah, there's a Delphi article right underneath it. That's why I was just making sure. Sorry, guys. All right, so I guess moving forward to this next scenario is, I think it was Tom Hanks. Actor pops into Indianapolis shop, and here's what he bought. See, there's a Delphi article right underneath it. When Alexandria Duggan rang up the purchase of a male and female customer at her Old North Side stationery store recently, she thought the guy's face and voice were familiar. Are you kidding me?
Right?
Would shit my pants right there. I love Tom Hanks. I always have.
Me too.
As they were checking out, I was like, oh, he kind of looks like Tom Hanks. Well, duh. He kind of sounds like Tom Hanks. And when they left, I was like, I think that was Tom. Well, Jesus, lady. He didn't say nothing about it? Holy hell. It looks like him. It sounds like him. Maybe it's him. I mean, I know it's hard to believe. Why the hell would he be in Indianapolis? But
exactly. Like, what are you doing here, dude?
Right. As they were checking out, I was like, oh, he kind of looks like Tom Hanks. He kind of sounds like Tom Hanks. And then they left, and I was like, I think that was Tom Hanks, said Dugan, owner of the Semantics Paper Goods on 111 East 16th Street. And there's Tom Hanks. It wasn't until more than a week later when her neighbor Dream Palace Books and Coffee posted to social media a photo of Tom Hanks outside of the shop that she realized it really was the multi-Oscar winning actor and filmmaker. Oh, wow. You gotta feel a little dumb at that point. Just saying.
Right? You could have had an autograph and
anything at that point.
All kinds of stuff. He was probably like, wow, she didn't say anything. He was probably confused.
Probably. You could have charged him quadruple what you were going to charge him, and he'd have paid it with nothing. I'm just saying.
I would have just given him a hug. Arrest me for hugging Tom Hanks. I don't care. It's worth it.
Right. Or maybe he was, appreciative that maybe,
he didn't make notice of it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
like,
I get
wow,
that.
I can be myself in Indianapolis. And yeah, I don't know.
Tom,
I just thought it was an interesting story that popped up on my computer. And I was like, oh, that'll be a good one.
Definitely. Dream Palace owner Taylor Lewandowski didn't post a photo until last week. He said Hanks asked him not to post a photo for a while. Okay. He wanted to wait a week. That was his request. He said both the shops are in the same building on the ground level. Hanks and his daughter, E.A. Hanks, had stopped in the bookstore and cafe after the stationery store. Lewandowski said he nearly missed a visit while working in the back office. His barista went to the office to report sighting of the Hollywood royalty. She came back and was just like, I'm like 90% sure that Tom Hanks just came in here, Lewandowski said. He went out in front to investigate and saw that 2 Dream Palace customers were outside talking with Hanks. That's where Lewandowski met the actor, who asked about how the year-old shop started. Hanks posed for photos with the Dream Palace barista and some students from nearby Heron High School across the street. The encounter was brief, and Lewandowski said that he suspects that the Hanks didn't stay long at the bookstore because folks started to recognize him, of course.
Yep.
He said Hanks told him another Indianapolis bookseller suggested they make a trip to Dream Palace. Dream Palace, in turn, directed Hanks to the Whispering Shelf, 414 North College, but the actor never made it to that store. While Hanks didn't make a purchase at Dream Palace, he did buy a lot of stuff from the stationery store. Hanks' and daughter, E.A. Hanks, is a writer, entered the shop in the afternoon. They didn't really announce themselves, of course, or anything. They just came in and started shopping, Dugan said. The Hanks were in semantics for about 5 minutes, picking out notebooks, letter writing paper, envelopes, pens, and postcards, she said. They were pretty efficient shoppers. They kind of knew what they had in mind. Among the items, Hanks took a liking to the stationery store shorthand task pad notebooks. Hanks bought several lined rule notebooks with check boxes. Dugan said he wiped out her stock of forest green pads, letter writing paper, and matching envelopes from MD Paper Products and a Japanese brand. A pack of Sarasa Clip gel pens in vintage colors and postcards. And there's all that stuff. And there too.
That's cool that it was a small business too.
Agreed. I love Tom Hanks. I've always been told that he was very, or not told, but read that he was very down to earth with people, so on and so forth. Of course, I don't know that, but
Right.
looks like somebody that must have been one of the pictures that he posed for. So yeah, okay. Yeah, he's an amazing actor, in my opinion. Interesting. Good story, Mama Bear. Why do I keep calling you Mom? You can say Mom either way. Great story, and thank you for that very much. But
You're welcome.
Let's see here. Where did the other one go that I was looking at initially? Hold on here. Awesome. Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Let's move that down and move back over here and see what we got, yeah.
Dago, Mark and Betty want to know if you have ever covered the Brian Schaefer case. Why does that sound familiar?
Brian Schaefer. Is this out of the UK? If it is, probably not. I've only covered 2 cases in the UK because it's very, very hard, as we all know, to get information on any cases in the UK because they keep things very, very, very tight to the chest. Let me see here. Is this a missing case? Yes. If it is, then no, I have not. He was a med student, I believe, and went missing in a bar.
Is it Ohio? It is.
Yep, Ohio State University medical student, Brian Schaefer. I haven't done it, but I could. Let's see here.
I probably skimmed across it or something.
Yeah, I don't remember doing it ever, but I could have looked at it and not, you know what I mean? But it seems like there's a lot on it, to be honest with you.
I dropped a link in the back chat if you just want to take a look at that. It's just the Wikipedia on the case, but it's something.
Yeah.
Phil who mowed the lawn for Greenbow, Alabama for free.
What?
I didn't know if he was talking about the Bridge Keeper thing
or Forrest Gump. He's talking about Forrest Gump.
Oh.
And Phil is
I
talking
was
about
like, huh?
Rainbow, which by the way doesn't exist. That's not a real place in Alabama.
Now I remember. Okay.
Yeah.
I just took my medicine because I forgot to take it at 10:30, so I'm a little slow at the moment till it kicks in.
Oh, you're fine. You're fine. So, disappearance of Brian Randall Schaefer, born February 25th of 1979, was a medical student at the Ohio State University College of Medicine who has been missing since the early hours of April 1st of 2006 after security cameras recorded him just outside a bar in Columbus. He had gone out with friends earlier in the evening of March 31st to celebrate the beginning of spring break. Later, he was separated from them, and they assumed that he had gone home. The security camera outside the entrance to the second floor bar recorded him briefly talking to two women just before 2 a.m. and then walking off screen without any further evidence of him leaving the area. Schaefer has not been seen or heard from since. The case received national media attention. That's wild because I never heard of it. Schaefer's disappearance has been especially puzzling to investigators since there was no other publicly accessible entrance or exit to the bar at that time. Though there was a service exit near where he was last seen, the Columbus police have several theories about what happened. Some interest and suspicion has been directed to a friend of Schaefer's who accompanied him that night, but he has refused to take polygraph tests. Interesting. Regarding the incident, oh boy. Thanks, Mark and Betty. We got another case to look at. Especially if it's cold and there's nothing that has been solved yet, I'll be all over this. While foul play has been suspected, including the possible involvement of the purported smiley face serial killer, I knew it, damn it. That's why I'm interested in this. It has also been speculated that he might be alive and living somewhere else under new identity. I doubt it. I doubt it. Brian Schaefer grew up in Pickerington, Ohio, a suburb outside of Columbus, the elder of Randy and Renee Schaefer's two sons. He graduated from the local high school in 1997, went to the Ohio State University for his undergraduate work. 6 years later, he graduated with a degree in microbiology. Following that, Schaefer began studies at the OSU College of Medicine. In 2004, during his second year there in March of 2006, his mother died of myelodysplasia. Schaefer's friends say that although he appeared to be handling it well, her death was hard for him. During his time at medical school, Schaefer had become romantically involved with another medical student, Alexis Wagoner. She, along with her families and friends, believed that Brian would probably be proposing marriage to her late 2006, most likely on a trip to Miami. The couple had planned for spring break at the end of April. Tropical locations such as Miami attracted Schaefer. He liked the relaxed lifestyles. He told his friends that despite his decision to pursue a medical career, his real ambition was to start a band playing music in the vein of Jimmy Buffett. Awesome. On March 31st, a Friday classes at OSU ended for spring break for the following week. Schaefer and his father, Randy, celebrated the occasion by having a steak dinner early that evening. Schaefer's father noted that he seemed exhausted from having pulled all-nighters earlier in the week, cramming for some critical upcoming exams. He did not think that Schaefer should go out with a friend, William Clint Florence, later that night, as he planned to do, but did not express his reservations to his son. At 9 p.m., Schaefer met Florence at the Ugly Tuna Saloona. Oh my God. Ugly Tuna Saloona. Wow.
Yeah, I saw JC post that and I was like, Ugly Tuna Saloona. All right. That's interesting.
And that's a bar in the South Campus Gateway Complex on High Street in Columbus, which is a lot of partying went on around that area. I remember that for sure. An hour later.
Ohio.
What's that?
I said only in Ohio would they name something Tuna Saloona.
I mean, probably, yes, you're right. That's yeah, if we do that, Cap, for sure, 100%. Where are we at here? Schaefer Wagner returned home to later to visit her family before she and Schaefer were due to depart for Miami. Schaefer and Florence went bar hopping, visiting several other drinking establishments, and working their way down to the Arena District. Yes. At each stop, the two had one shot each of hard liquor, according to Florence. After midnight, Schaefer and Florence met Meredith Reed, a friend of Florence, in the short north. Reed gave them a ride back to the Ugly Tuna Saloon, where they had started the night, and joined them there for a last round. Schaefer separated from his companions while the three were there and was last seen on a security camera outside the bar just before 2 a.m. Florence and Reed attempted to find Schaefer, repeatedly calling him. They left with other patrons when the bar closed at 2 a.m. Waiting outside for Schaefer when he was not among the departing crowd, they assumed that he had returned to his apartment without letting them know. Wagner and Schaefer's father tried calling him later that weekend, but he did not answer. On Monday morning, he missed a flight to Miami he and Wagner had scheduled long before. He was then reported missing to the Columbus police. The police began their search for Schaefer at the Ugly Tuna Saloon. If I have to say that again, I'm telling you. Wait, where'd it go? I hate it. The bar where he was last seen, since the area around South Campus Gateway was somewhat blighted with a high crime rate. The Gateway building, which housed the bar, other businesses had installed security cameras. Oh God, dude. Jesus Christ. Wow. It was possible investigators realized that Schaefer could have changed his clothes in the bar or put on a hat and kept his head down, hiding his face from the camera. But why would he do that? He might have also left the building another route. A service door not generally used by the public. Again, why would he do that? Was a short distance from where Brian was last seen. This exit led to the first floor hallway, which featured access at the time to a construction area with its own exterior exit. Some officers believe that this would have been difficult to walk through while sober, much less intoxicated, as Schaefer likely was at the time. However, the cameras in that area might also have missed Schaefer. One panned across the area constantly, and the other was operated manually. Yeah, he was a tall guy. Right, Cap. Arctic, it's the same thing. You never cease to amaze me. I'm the same way. Always knows what to say and when to say it and how to say it. Since Columbus has the most security cameras in any city of Ohio, any city in Ohio, more than Cleveland or Cincinnati and Toledo combined, officers next looked to the footage from other bars to see if the cameras there could explain how Schaefer had left the Ugly Tuna Saloon. However, footage from cameras at 3 other nearby bars showed no trace of him. That's the weird part with this. Give me 1 second, folks. Turn that down, Kaden. Okay, sorry. The search began to fan out from the Ugly Tuna Saloon, with officers sometimes accompanied by police dogs looking closely in the street, inspecting dumpsters and other waste containers, and asking residents if they had seen Schaefer. Flyers bearing his picture showing a tattoo on his upper right arm of a stick figure logo from the cover artwork for the single of Alive by Pearl Jam. Yes. That's one of his favorite bands, and noting a distinctive fleck in one of his irises were posted widely. Police even persuaded the city of Columbus to let them into the sewer system and search there. No useful information was uncovered at Schaefer's apartment on King Avenue, 6 blocks from the bar. His car was still parked outside. Nothing appeared amiss. After searching miles away from the Ugly Tuna Saloon in every direction, police began considering other possibilities besides an accident or foul play. Since Schaefer's mother had recently died, it was speculated that he had gone away temporarily to grieve in solitude. Yet, his disappearance proved permanent. No evident reasons appeared for him voluntarily disappearing. And here's the thing. He had a planned vacation to go to Miami to possibly propose to this woman Why would that doesn't make sense to me? But people's minds do crazy things. I get it. Those who had seen Schaefer that evening, including his father, were asked to take lie detector tests. He and Reed passed theirs, as did all the others, while Florence refused. See, that's the one that makes me a little nervous there. And why, I don't know. I mean, I know why, but I don't understand what this guy would gain. The two women Brian had been seen talking to were later identified. They said in 2009 that they had never been asked to take one themselves. Wagner called Schaefer's phone every evening before going to bed for a long time after the disappearance. Usually it went straight to voicemail, but one night in September it rang thrice. Sorry. I kept calling it to hear it purely because it was one of the best sounds I have ever heard, even if no one picked up. She wrote on her MySpace page, singular, Schaefer's wireless provider said that what Wagner heard may have been due to computer glitch. However, a ping from the phone was detected at a cell tower in Hilliard, 14 miles northwest of Columbus. Really? Interesting. The police received many tips, none of which resulted in any breakthroughs in the case. At a Pearl Jam concert later that year in Cincinnati, lead singer Eddie Vedder took time between songs to ask for tips on Schaefer's disappearance, but none were useful. Possible sightings in Michigan, Texas, and even Sweden were investigated. Randy Schaefer, who had recently suffered the death of his wife, continued to search for his son on his own. A psychic he consulted told him Schaefer's body was in the water near the bridge pier. Damn, again, happy face stuff. Okay. He and Derek, Brian's younger brother, along with some other citizens who had become interested in the case, bought waders and spent much of their free time along the shores of the Olentangy River, which flows through Columbus adjacent to the OSU campus, searching in vain for the body near bridges. This possibly also led police to briefly consider the heavily disputed smiley face murder theory. Thank you. Schaefer, under this theory, would be the purported serial killer's only victim whose body has not yet been found. Columbus police eventually rejected any connection to the alleged killer in Schaefer's case. Following the lead, most law enforcement agencies, including the FBI, have looked into it. And the death of Randy Schaefer. In September 2008, during a heavy windstorm, Randy Schaefer was clearing debris in the yard of his Baltimore, Ohio home. A branch flew off from a nearby tree and fatally struck him. Neighbors found his body the following day and called the police. After his obituary ran online, a condolence book was posted. One of the signatures in it said, "To Dad, love Brian, U.S. Virgin Islands." Really? This suggested that Brian might have left Columbus for a new life elsewhere. However, upon further investigation, the note was found to have been posted from a computer accessible to the public in the Franklin County. It was determined to be a hoax. That's some sick shit.
That's really sick. I
It
mean,
really is. People do that shit all the time.
This
Somebody
is kind
did
of
that.
worrisome.
Brian Koberger.
This is so worrisome because, I mean, alcohol, when you're grieving, your mother passes away. I mean, to me, this looks like maybe, I mean, maybe he had bad thoughts.
Mm-hmm. Very possible. Very possible. Are you stuck again, SRB?
Unfortunately, you have people that pull shady shit like that all the time. Look how many people have come forward, at least 6 or 7 of them, claiming to be Madeline McCann over the years.
Right. Absolutely.
that's true.
Let me see here. Shortly after Randy Schaefer's death, Neil Rosenberg, attorney for Florence, wrote to Don Corbett, a private investigator who has volunteered his time to help the Schaefer family find Brian. Regarding his client's ongoing refusal to take a lie detector test, Rosenberg intimated that he has learned that the Columbus police investigating the case believe Schaefer was alive. If Brian is alive, which is it, I'm led to believe after speaking with the detective involved, then it is Brian and not Clint Florence who is causing his family pain and hardship, Rosenberg wrote. Brian should come forward and end this, Florence said. He did not have anything to hide. He had merely told everything he knew from the beginning and did not see the value of doing so again. Rosenberg's assertions, notwithstanding, many of those who were close to Brian Schaefer have criticized Florence for not being forthcoming enough. As soon as the detective started getting involved, that's where he pretty much had no contact with anybody, recalled Derek. I've always thought he definitely knows something, just won't come forward with it. He believes it is possible that Schaefer is alive, and Florence knows where he might have gone. If Brian did take off somewhere, if that was the case, we just always had a strong feeling that Clint Florence knows where he might have gone. If Brian did, oh, sorry, I read this again. If Brian did take off somewhere, if that were the case, we just always had a strong feeling that Clint would possibly know that. Sorry, guys. He said Wagner also thinks that Florence is withholding information, but believes that it's likely her former boyfriend is dead and did not run off. I can't imagine he would just have done that, she said. In 2014, Columbus police said they were still receiving at least 2 tips a month in the case via the local Crime Stoppers hotline, although none have been proven useful. The evidence in the case filled 4 boxes of files. One of the original investigators, Andre Edwards, told Columbus Monthly that after an extensive review of the camera footage at the Ugly Tuna Saloon from the night Schaefer disappeared, which was intended to rule out the idea that he could have left in disguise, he could say with 100% certainty that Schaefer did not leave via the escalator. Police said that they have 3 theories about the case, but declined to discuss them, even generally, with the magazine. In 2019, an image of an alleged American homeless man in Tijuana. Hold on a second, guys.
Somebody's in trouble.
Sorry. Bearing a resemblance to Schaefer began circulating online. Columbus news station 10 TV forwarded the image to the detective in charge of the Schaefer case in 2020. The detective sent the image to the FBI for facial recognition analysis, which ruled Schaefer out as the identity of the man. In March of 2021, the Ohio Bureau of Criminal Investigation released an age-progressed photo of what Schaefer might look like at 42, nearly 15 years after his disappearance. Between the time Schaefer's disappearance and his own death, Randy joined the families of other missing adults in Ohio in lobbying the state legislature to pass a bill establishing a statewide protocol for such cases. At the time Schaefer disappeared, it was left up to individual departments on how to handle the cases, and some felt that investigations into their relatives' disappearances had suffered as a result. By the time Randy died, the bill had become law. Wow. I gotta wonder. Let me see something here. Okay. So there, there's that part of the story. Thank you, Arctic. Now let me show you this. Hold on.
Okay, I leave for 30 seconds to grab some honey buns, come back and it's complete silence. That's freaky.
Well, I had to mute myself because there is absolutely no need for a doorbell when you have 2 terriers. Those dogs were yapping and yapping and yapping.
I see. I get that. Because my dog, even though he's mostly pit and American bully, he has 5 tiny dog breeds in him. So somebody rings the doorbell, it gets a little obnoxious. So, or a lot obnoxious, I should say.
Brian Schaefer, a 27-year-old Ohio State medical student, disappeared on April 1st, 2006. That night, security cameras recorded him entering a Columbus bar with his friends, but never leaving. Friends and family wonder if Schaefer, who was grieving the death of his mother, intentionally slipped out of the bar to never be heard from again, or if he'd intended to get away temporarily to clear his head, and then something terrible happened to him. Schaefer has not been heard from or seen in over 15 years.
On March 31st, 2006, Brian Schaefer, a medical student at Ohio State University, went out to a bar with his friends to celebrate the beginning of spring break. He was separated from his group later that night, and they assumed he had gone home. After seeing no signs of Brian in the following days, he was reported missing and has not been found to this day. When the surveillance video from the bar was reviewed, Brian was never seen leaving. On March 31st, 2006.
See, that's where I get a little weird on this, because they saw him come in, never saw him leave. That's strange to me. I mean, I'm sure it can happen, but it's just a weird situation. So I guess I'll be looking into that case, because I'm already locked in with it, and I haven't even really looked into it. Just saying. So, thank you for that one, Mark and Betty. Let's see what we can do here with the rest of our.
Hello, Matahari.
Matahari.
That is really weird, SRB. That doesn't make sense to me at all.
What's that?
So I had her delete her app and reinstall it, and it was working fine for the most part. I mean, it still had some glitchy stuff, but this morning it reverted back to not letting her change and stuff. It doesn't make sense.
Kind of weird.
Yeah. So she's stuck in top messages instead of all messages.
That's the second person that I've heard say that they cannot switch a chat from top chat to live chat.
Yeah, and so last night, the only thing because she had already reset her phone and did some other stuff, I said the only other thing I can think is to delete the app and reinstall it, and it should, clear it out. And it did for the most part. She was able to switch it, but now this morning, it's stuck again.
It's crazy.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense at all unless YouTube's jacking around with their app, but you'd think it'd be more than 2 people if that was the case.
Yeah, Starby, there's a person that goes into Southern Gal True Crimes lives, and it's only in Southern Gal that she has an issue, but she can't switch it from top chat to live chat.
That's really weird.
It's a very strange, that doesn't make a lot of sense. Is that same person using an iPhone too, Arctic?
I do not know.
I know she's using an iPhone, but when she goes into her laptop, it doesn't happen, which is strange to me. God damn it. Let me see here. Okay. I don't know how many of you guys are familiar with Liam Payne.
I heard the name. I know he passed, and I saw an article last night, and I think I fell asleep before I was able to figure out who it was. It's a musician, I assume.
Okay.
He was with One Direction, and he apparently fell out of a 3rd-story window. And then I saw some article today that he had gotten into a very tense argument with a woman shortly before his death.
Oh, she threw him off the balcony.
I saw that article
One
too.
Direction. Okay. It's been a while since I listened to their music.
Right. So there's this story about him. I figured you guys would want to hear. Okay, Mark and Betty, gotcha.
Because he would always message me ever since we broke up, like, oh, I'm not well. He would always play with death and be like, well, I'm gonna die. I'm not doing well. I know the lifestyle he lives, and there is a day where something bad is going to happen. So I would always be like, okay, he's saying these things. I have to help him, because if I don't, I will never be able to live with myself if something does happen to him.
Liam Payne's ex-fiancée Maya Henry claims he recently predicted his early death. Maya making the eerie comments on the Internet is Dead podcast in an episode released just 2 days before the former One Direction singer died after falling from the 3rd floor of a hotel in Argentina. He was 31 years old.
There was one time I tried to get him help, and then he was like, not taking it.
On the show, Maya opened up about the, quote, manipulation she experienced from Liam during and after their relationship, and explained how the topic of Liam's death came up ahead of the May release of her book, Looking Forward, a novel inspired by her time with the singer.
He would text my mom, I'm not doing well, have Maya contact me, because I wouldn't respond. And it's just always the same cycle. Like, for example, when I announced my book, he did the same thing. He called my mom, I think I'm not going to be around much longer. And I don't play with death. So I'm like, if you say this, I'm going to try and help you no matter what you've done. And I think he took advantage of my family's kindness. And I was like, if you want to go back to rehab, I'll help you.
The revelations continue from there, including warnings from a friend that Liam might die by suicide or under mysterious circumstances.
My book was coming out. Even one of his friends was calling me and my mom being like, oh, you know, this isn't a good time for him. I don't think you should put the book out. You know, he's not doing well. And if something happens to him, not only are you going to blame yourself, but the whole world's going to blame you. And so I was like, just the fact that they just keep trying, I'm like, it is like you said, such a low manipulation tactic.
The two were first linked in 2018, getting engaged in 2020 before calling it quits in 2022. 2 years later, the 23-year-old hired lawyers to issue a cease and desist letter to Liam. Now, a source close to Maya tells the Daily Mail that after hearing news of his death, she is obviously in shock.
Well, so that's what happened with him and what's going on with him. It's sad because he was very young. But he had talked about it multiple times in the past, from what I understand. There's also a story that he was sued. There was a lawsuit from his ex-girlfriend that went through 2 days before his death. So I don't know if that had anything to do with it or not. That could add something to do with the argument you were talking about, Arctic. You know what I mean? I don't know. Let me see. Let me see. Hold on. Yeah, I'm not doing like an open panel today, CheckCon. I'm sorry. I put it in the chat there. I'm just the standard people that we have up here. Okay, hold on 1 second, guys. I'm just trying to. One moment here. All right, one. I don't know what anybody else is going to think about this, but I know it caught my attention as being a strange situation.
Millions of small sea creatures are once again washing up on Southern California shores.
They look like tiny jellyfish, but they go by another name. KTLA 5's Orange County Bureau Chief Chip Yost is live at Newport Beach with the details.
Yeah, Glenn and Lou, didn't take us long to find some of those little sea creatures. We were told that there were some at Southern California beaches, so we just picked Newport Beach here at random, came down and found some pretty quickly. Here's some video we took a little bit earlier. There are these things. You've probably seen them before. It seems every year or so we do stories about these little creatures showing up on the beach. You see they have what look like little sails on them. Well, that's because they float on the surface of the water and kind of get blown around by the wind. They kind of go where the wind takes them, and in this case they've been taken along the beaches along Southern California. So they've been spotted all around the coast. We talked to some of the folks at Davies Locker and Newport Landing, the whale watching folks. They were some of the first people to put the word out that these sea creatures were back. Here's a little bit of what they have to say about them.
So these are Velella velella. It's a fun scientific name for by-the-wind sailors, which they look like little jellyfish and they float across the surface of the ocean. They're normally seen very far offshore in pelagic waters, and often we'll see them maybe once a year, if that. And if you encounter them along the beaches, it's advised that you don't really want to pick them up because they are related to a jellyfish. They're actually more closely related to Portuguese man of war. It's not an individual animal. It's actually many animals, or what we call colony of animals, living together underneath that little sail. If you flip them over, you'll see tentacles, and those tentacles you have stinging cells or pneumatocysts that can sting your hands, but it's a very mild sting. So usually our skin is too thick for that sting to really penetrate. So technically you could, but we would advise, not picking them up if you do see them on the beaches.
She's excited about those little creatures.
By the pier, but there have been reports of these little guys all over the place, all over Southern California. So probably you go to any beach, you might run into them. For now, reporting live here in Newport Beach, I'm Chip Ghost, KTLA.
Aliens. They're aliens.
So if they
I don't know,
go up
but
on the beach, do they dry out and die too, like a jellyfish would?
I would imagine. I don't want anything to do with anything that's even remotely related to a jellyfish. I stepped on one of those things when I was in Galveston, and never, ever again.
Oh.
Did somebody pee on you?
No.
Okay. And then when I first moved to Florida, I told you guys that story about, I think it was it was the guy that did it. My sister
I've heard it.
Yeah, my sister got stung by one. And he was like, go pee on her. And I went, huh? I didn't know, I was young. You got to go pee on her. You got to go pee on her. It was on her leg, like by her ankle. I'm not peeing on my sister. I'm sorry. What are you talking about? She's screaming and yelling. And my aunt, we live close to the beach. My aunt went and grabbed some, I think it was meat tenderizer, and dumped it on there, and it fell off. But then they explained to me that you can pee on somebody, and yes, supposedly it works. The acid in the urine supposedly does it. I don't know. It's a little weird to me. Sorry. But you don't do that.
Yeah, I'm sorry. My sister would just have to suffer before I gave her a golden shower.
I'm not going to piss on my sister, guys. I'm just saying it's not. I can't process that.
SRB says just use vinegar.
Uh-huh. So tired of these spam calls. So I guess this is the other part of that story Arctic was talking about with Liam Payne. It says
Windex
had very tense argument with mystery woman he offered $20,000 to shortly before his death. Former One Direction member Liam Payne was allegedly seen arguing with the mystery woman about money in the lobby of his hotel shortly before he plummeted to his death. Payne, 31, was seen in a very tense conversation with the unknown woman at the Casa Sur Hotel in Buenos Aires around 2 p.m. Wednesday. American tourist Michael Fleischman told the Buenos Aires Herald, I'll give you $20,000 just because I can. I have $55 million and I like to help people. The strip that down singer supposedly kept saying. The woman was speaking Spanish, which was translated for Payne by the hotel manager. Fleischman said the singer seemed very upset, agitated, a little wild, walking around and pacing, and seemed very energized, he added. It just looked like she was extremely uncomfortable with him and a little apprehensive, Fleischman's mother told Tony told the outlet. A letter to my 10-year-old self. It was just my son, me, Liam, the woman, and the staff. The manager was trying to politely intervene or calm him down. There was a feeling of anxiety in the area. The placements ended up sharing an elevator with Payne, they said. When they left the hotel, a short time later, they saw the woman he was arguing with outside on the phone. So that would be 1, 2, 3. Or is this 1, 2, 3? I'm not sure. This is probably third right here. Okay. Payne was found dead on the hotel's inner courtyard. So in this area somewhere. Liam Payne previously did a stint in rehab for substance abuse. That evening, Payne plummeted to his death from the third-floor balcony of his trashed hotel room. Moments before the fatal fall, another guest supposedly overheard the dad of one, say, "I used to be in a boy band. That's why I'm so fucked up." Officers who responded found Payne's hotel room in complete disarray with the TV smashed and drug paraphernalia scattered throughout. So he did some kind of drugs. Okay. Which could have induced a whole manic situation. Payne, who had struggled with drug and alcohol abuse in the past, was found to have died from multiple traumas that resulted in massive internal and external bleeding. Investigators are still determining if the fall was intentional or accidental. So it could have been a drug-induced scenario that got him in manic mode, and then out. You know what I mean? It very well could have been.
Oh yeah. I mean, especially if he had some mental health issues going on to begin with, because I know I was always more prone to an unaliving attempt when I was jacked up on alcohol or drugs. So,
yeah, just saying. Agreed. So let me see, where's this other one at here? Oh yeah, this story was quite wild too. Hold on just a minute. Here we go. All right, so man cut in half during forklift accident admits he was disappointed by how his friends reacted to the incident.
It's gonna make me mad, isn't it?
Probably. A man who was cut in half by a forklift accident has admitted how disappointed he was by how his friends reacted to the incident. Hold on. Why does this look so small to you? Wait a minute here. Here we go. Working as a laborer in Montana, and at the time, Lauren Showers was using a forklift and accidentally veered off a bridge on 27 September of 29. I hate how they do that. It screws me up. The forklift dropped 50 feet to the ground, and Lauren was pinned underneath the vehicle. Everything below his hips was completely smashed to pieces, and Lauren lost half of his right arm. Lauren Schaefer suffered a horrifying forklift accident back in 2019. Following a successful amputation, Lauren and his wife, Sabia Reich, started a YouTube channel to provide various health and life updates. Explaining what happened on the day, Lauren said, "Since my supervisor took a liking to me, he asked me to do practically everything he wanted done. So my boss asked me to grab a forklift, drag it across, and move the water barrier back into position. I never got trained to even drive a forklift." Now, responding to fan questions in another clip, one user asked, "Do your friends still treat you the same way they used to before the accident? Are you happy, surprised, or disappointed by some of them?" Lauren then replied, "I've been mostly disappointed by most of them, I'd say. Everything below his hips was completely smashed to pieces." Sabia added, "I've been a little surprised by some of them." The husband then cleared things up by saying a couple friends came out of the woodworks and have been really supportive. Lauren has also opened up about what he gets up to on a daily basis. "I stream on Twitch as much as possible whenever I can get up. he said. But other than that, pretty much just lay in bed. But I try and stream on Twitch as much as possible whenever I'm sitting up. And whenever we're sitting up, whenever I'm sitting up, we're either doing YouTube videos or I'm streaming on Twitch. How many times are you going to say that there? A lot of times we go out to my parents' place, his wife added, get in his track chair, do some stuff out there. Lauren and his wife, Sabia Wright, started a YouTube channel to provide various health and life updates. In the summertime, we go on walks, and we have a community pool here. We'll spend some time there, too. In the comments section, viewers are impressed by Lauren's positive outlook on life. He is physically half the man I am, but I am emotionally and mentally half the man he is. I wish I had his motivation and outlook on life. You rock, my dude, one person wrote. Another added, I'm a 73-year-old man, and I must say that I am full of admiration and respect for these two young people. It's a great lesson in life and love that they give us. A huge thank you to them. God bless them. So he literally had the whole lower half of his body amputated, you guys. Look at that. And you got to say, you know, his wife stuck by him. That to me is absolutely amazing because, you know, some people can't handle that kind of stuff and in some senses would have just walked away.
Right. SRB said that they have a YouTube channel and she watches them. She said they're an amazing couple.
That's what it says on here. I mean, he lost his arm and the bottom half of his body. Obviously, he lost certain parts of his body that, you know, could promote issues within a relationship not having.
Yeah.
So that's amazing. And God bless both of them. I like hearing stories like this. That's absolutely amazing. Oh, okay. So they like SRB just said they weren't even married. They were just boyfriend, girlfriend. So that's even more.
Yeah.
That's amazing. She's awesome. Yes.
He doesn't look
both of them.
but 12.
Right. He does look very young. And that's the thing. The relationship completely survived that. That's insanely amazing to me.
That's what you call true love. That's when you know, it's not all about the bedroom. So
right. I mean, that is fact right there. Thank you, Molly. I got it. Very, very moving story as far as I'm concerned. And they're a very attractive couple too. They look good together. God bless. That's crazy. And I hope that he's able to live out his life at this point. You know, I know that causes other health problems probably, but still. Unbelievable. Let me see. Where's this other story? Hold on here. Oh yeah, this was a little crazy too. Let me find it though. Here we go. Let's see here. This was the one I was looking at this morning. So let's see here. We'll get to the beginning of it again. Horrifying footage shows last moments of man who asked his wife to film him jumping into a frozen river. Alexander's wife recorded him plunging straight into a hole on the surface of the frozen that river. Anyway, a video of a man passing away after plunging into a frozen lake acts as a stark warning to cold water swimmers and ice divers. The footage has resurfaced on social media of a 38-year-old man called Alexander hopping into an ice pool on the, this is going to drive me nuts if I don't say it right, Chortomolok River. I think, oh, this is in Ukraine. Okay, that's why. I knew there was a reason why I couldn't say it. It's in Kapitolivka in Ukraine. Alas, the video is the last clip his wife would ever take of him again. In the clip, a friend can be seen using a chainsaw to cut into the ice to make a hole for Alexander to jump through. Alexander's wife asks him whether he's scared. However, he reassures her that he's not, despite the frozen lake and his friend being pictured wrapped in a large coat and hat. Stormy. Hold on. Alexander's wife asked him. The temperature reported as having hit -5 degrees Celsius. Alexander even maintains he's not even cold, although he's only wearing swimming trunks with his bare feet on the ice. His wife adds, "Oh my God, I can't stand it. It's so cold. It's cold. Oh God, I hope you won't get sick." And then Alexander leaps in. He hops into the cutout square into the icy water below, his arms tucked by his side and hitting the water feet first. Alexander ends up completely submerged below, with his wife heard saying, "Oh God," so worrying. And then he doesn't emerge in the nail-biting seconds that follows. She says, "Oh dear, where is he? Where is he? Oh God, where is he?" Realizing that he isn't anywhere to be seen, Alexander's wife turns to those around her, questioning, "Oh dear God, I don't know what to do. Shall I call the rescuers?" The man with the chainsaw attempts to cut another hole in the ice in a bid to see where Alexander has gone or help him out, and the divers were later sent into the river, but devastatingly, it was too late. Alexander's body was discovered at a depth of 13 feet the next day, 70 feet from the shore, having been carried away by the current. That's what scares the hell out of me with that stuff. A rescuer said the body of the deceased man, born in 1983, was taken to the shore and handed over to a police officer. Wild Blog Swim offers advice and warnings on how to approach cold water or icy water swimming or dives. The blog explains it's best to try and get yourself used to lower temperatures, particularly if they go below freezing. And let's see here, what should have happened with this is they should have, one sec.
They should have done a mental health evaluation on him to determine why he was jumping into a frozen river to begin with. That's what they should have done.
Oh, people do this all the time. We have the Polar Bear Club here that does this here, so on
That's
and
what
so
I was
forth.
going to ask, if it was like a polar bear club kind of
Well,
thing.
I think he was just doing it for like a blog or something. But what they should have done is tied a rope around him and fashioned it to something. That way he didn't drift off. Okay, because there is current under the ice. That's the problem. Once you go under, and this is like one of my biggest fears. It panics me watching people do this.
Me
Get
too.
stuck under the ice where you can't get back to that hole. Once the current grabs you and pulls you and you see it, I go into panic attacks watching this in movies and stuff. It's wild.
I always end up holding my breath, and somebody's like, "You have to breathe. You're not under there." Like,
right. But yeah, they should have tied a rope around his waist, tied it to a tree, and stood there so they could pull him back to the hole if that happened. It's not so much that he would have gotten her hypothermia immediately. It's just that he couldn't get back to the hole. That's the problem. That is so crazy to me. It says the experienced swimmer explains with regular exposure to very cold stimuli, their habitation simply improved, which helped prevent their body's nervous system from going into shock from the extreme temperature. Rather than plunging your whole body straight into cold water, it's important to splash yourself with some of the water first to reduce the risk of you suffering cardiac arrhythmia. The shock of the temperature causing your heart to beat irregularly. The blog notes cold shock can result in hyperventilation, a gasping reflex, and peripheral vasoconstriction when the body vessels narrow, reducing blood flow to the skin, causing an elevated heart rate, of course. Those who experience the gasping reflex could be more at risk of drowning if they're fully submerged underwater. The swimmer advising you to keep your head above water while getting in to let the shock pass. So that's how that should have been done, because like I said here, the Polar Bear Club, they would go out, I think it's in January that they do this, when one main lake we have is frozen. There's about 35 of them, and they run into the water in nothing but their swim trunks or bathing suits. And they're in there long enough to bounce around and splash, and then they run back out. And then they immediately wrap in towels and run into a heated building and bring their body temperature back up. But this guy, from my understanding, reading this story, which is I'm getting anxiety talking about it.
I know.
Once he went under the water, he got stuck under that ice. The current grabbed him and pulled him away from that hole. He couldn't get back to it because your body, you're not able to swim like you would in a normal pool or a lake when it's hot outside, because your body, the muscles start to fail because you can't move like that when you're that cold. So In turn, they should have wrapped a rope around him for security measures and yanked him back over, pulled him out, and done all those things. But that's why this happened. It's crazy as hell. Stormy says, y'all might see me on the news soon if my husband doesn't stop cleaning gun parts on my pink kit. Oh God, Stormy. Okay. Exposing your little man. What the hell? Exposing your little man to all that cold on a regular basis can't be good. Sooner or later, the turtle ain't gonna come back. Yeah, right. Exactly. Exactly. I don't know if you know, Arctic, but when you post something, it comes in here twice. Did you know that happens?
Yeah, I don't know why. The only thing I can think of is it's because there's two streams going on, both Doodles and this one. I don't know, but I've tried to figure out why it's doing it.
Yeah,
Yep.
it's showing up on my side too.
I see that. It's been doing that. That's probably what it is. So there is that.
Huh.
I don't know. It might be what he's using. Maybe that's it. That could be it. Does anybody know who Suzanne Simpson is?
Who?
Suzanne Simpson.
Is that the mama of 4 that disappeared?
Mm-hmm.
That's all I know.
Didn't they arrest her husband?
Yeah.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, this is a little thing her mother about her mother. Her mother doesn't think she's alive. She's come out and said that blatantly at this point. So
How are you doing? It's been 1 week since anyone's seen Suzanne.
I'm doing well in the fact that I don't really understand everything that happened. I'm doing well in the fact that I know God, and I'm doing well because Suzanne and I had an opportunity to talk for an hour before a lot of this has happened, and I don't understand why and what happened, and I hope someday I'll be able to understand the situation.
You said you had a conversation with her about an hour before she was missing, or the last time she was seen. What was that conversation like?
The conversation was that it all started because she wanted me to take care of her 5-year-old while she went to a party. And so then she decided that she could go to the party after Brad would go to the party, and then she would go, and she could also take the Charlie Ann with her. And then she changed her mind, and when she went to the party, they came back from the party. Now my speculation is maybe the whole thing is alcohol related, because when she got back, she called me up and told me the things that Brad had done to her physically. Well, I came up with an alternative plan for her and hoped that she'd move in with me and have her little toddler go to the elementary school in my neighborhood. I never got to tell her the plan. I don't know what happened. I think Brad at that time had done the damage. I don't know what happened, Brad. The next day, which was Monday, Brad called me and told me that he got up and took Charlie Ann to school, and Suzanne didn't pick up her. So that was the first time I knew there was something. But I just thought she was friends. That would be normal. So it took me a little while to come to the conclusion that she would have called me. And so I in my brain, felt that she was dead at that point.
You said Suzanne called you and told you what Brad had done to her. What did she say?
Yes, she had told me that he had hurt her arm and hurt her back, and she didn't know quite what she was going to do about that. And so that was the end of that. But I think all the rest of that conversation happened at 10 o'clock. It was 9 o'clock that she said that. And at 10 o'clock, there's the records of whatever happened to her and what Brad did. Brad has always been my friend. I've had high regards for him. I always thought he was a good father. I thought I admired him, and I don't understand what the situation is with him.
Do you think that Brad's responsible for her disappearance?
I agree with that.
What would you say to Brad right now, who's not cooperating with investigators?
Yes. I'd tell Brad that I would like to visit with him and ask him why. What happened? I'm shocked. I had a lot of admiration for him. I still plan to be his friend. And I don't know if the alcohol that they had at the party was his problem.
Have there been any, I guess, any abuse in the past, any physical altercations between them?
There was one other one that I knew of not too long ago. And I can't really remember too much about that. But after, this is like the next day, Brad and I were together. And I didn't understand, I didn't know this was going on. And I had a little conversation with him. And I said something about Suzanne said, you hurt her arm and another her back, and then I mentioned there was something else, and he all of a sudden got a little defensive. And so I said, "Oh, I think I must be mistaken." And I thought, well, maybe I was mistaken, but I think that was the start of this situation, or this started, and then I didn't know anything more at that point. And so then I've heard a little bit that what's the situation with him, that what the law did found him, and evidently he's in jail at this point.
How are you doing right now?
Well, it's hard to comprehend it. It's hard to believe it happened. And I don't know, with the 4 children, I'm not so concerned as with the older kids, but for being 5 years old, have a mommy and a daddy. And sort of I wonder where does the money come from at this point when your mother's not alive and your father's in jail. And that's just one little probably issue and challenge we'll have from it.
So you don't think Suzanne's alive?
I don't think she is, because I have not heard from her. That's the only reason. Nobody's told me what happened. I've heard a little stuff that what they're trying to do and I've talked with several sheriff people, my story, and it's just unlike her. She was a very positive person. She was a very pleasant person in my life, and when she was a little child, she was just such a joy. And
what do you, the kids, and the family need most right now?
Well, we try to be positive, try to focus on God. I've been in Bible study fellowship for 44 years. They've taught me how to get through it, difficult situations. They've taught me about the power of God. And I have a lot of questions that have not been answered. I'll never understand it until I get to really talk to Brad. Maybe he can explain to me what happened to him.
Is there anything you say to Suzanne right now if she could hear you?
Suzanne, we love you. We need you. And we pray for you.
Can you talk to us about the difficulty of this week for you and everyone involved?
I think the hardest part is so many people are calling me and asking me, and I'm happy to share, but it's not a short story. And so I had an opportunity to be with a group this afternoon, and they didn't know about the circumstances, and I didn't want them to know. Not that I didn't want to have to take the time to explain it. So I've got telephone calls coming from all over the United States, and it's such a complicated story. I don't mind sharing the story, but how to make it short enough so I can have everybody understand what's going on.
Just your thoughts on tonight's turnout and then the immense support all around the globe
Mhm.
and social media about this case.
Mm-hmm. Oh, this is a beautiful evening. I'm, I'm so impressed with it, and I hope that somehow or another this will help us get through it, and hopefully for Suzanne, I don't know how it is for her, and what she went through in the torture. I felt like she must have gone through a lot of torture from what little I've read about the neighbors, what the neighbors have said. And I'm very thankful for this evening. I appreciate that, and I appreciate you all being interested, and that I can share my story with her, with you all about her.
What do you think of the support of everyone? You know, everybody coming together in prayer for her.
Yeah, well, prayer is powerful, and I just trust God, and I just the Bible. They had a lot of good scripture here that you could count on making your health. Mentally healthier, and. But basically, I think the bottom line is I just don't understand. I don't understand why it happened. It wasn't part of their life or his behavior. And I've known him a long time. I mean, I've known him since they were in college together. And he came from an outstanding family. And he was a brilliant guy in many ways. And I never really thought of him as being could do anything like this to any of the kids or to his wife. I don't understand it.
How are the kids? How are your grandchildren?
Well, right now, we're just doing the best we can. And I guess they're all having to deal with it their own way. And whatever I can do to help them, I would be happy to do that. So that's hard to know exactly how they're doing. And
Have you talked to them? What have they told you?
they haven't told me anything yet. I've talked to them, and we haven't talked about it in detail, like exactly what happened or why it happened or how do you feel about it. And maybe we will be able to do that. And hopefully Brad can be part of this so he understands what happened and so we can understand him. This is not normal behavior for him.
For those at home watching this, is there anything you say to them right now?
I just thank everybody for being so kind and interested in trying to do what they can. And I appreciate that so much. And this evening, it was a beautiful evening.
That's so sad.
Wow.
Right?
Sending this woman all the positive prayers and vibes I can send her. I can't even begin to imagine what she's going through right now. And those poor kids.
Right. And she's still even being positive through this. You know what I mean? It's unbelievable. And she's still speaking in a positive tone about the husband. That's the weirdest part. But yeah, absolutely. Can't hear you, Mamabear.
Sorry, I just want to hug her so bad.
Agreed.
Well, I'm waiting to see all the details and all the evidence they've got against the husband, because if her mom is still saying this just is not like him, I'm wondering if it was some type of mental health break or something like that took place.
Exactly. I do agree. You know, she seems completely unbelieving of the fact that he did it, still. Just saying. All right, guys. That's going to do it for the normal portion. Let's put a smile on everybody's face now, if we can, or at least try to, before we move back into the hell trial. Let me see here.
For words. Let's see what Gavrilova serves up next.
Differently. Because I know if I don't.
We're going to the trial here shortly, too, Stormy. I'm just coming to the end of the show now. But if you're around, I'll be playing it in here in a little while. So
win this game, I'm done. So I just, yeah, I'm good from behind. Well,
Well, alrighty then.
Come here. Come back here.
My goodness.
What does?
Everyone's human, even on live TV. Listen for a surprising sound.
And the third, and it's actually not bad. It's wow. $36 a night.
There you go. Good deal. A romantic night in a Wienermobile. What? Sorry.
Right. And it coincides with the first 3 days of all of the I don't know.
Let's take Kelly.
Did he just fart?
I think so. He laughed and went, "What?"
Hang on. I gotta clarify that.
Oh, $36 a night.
There you go. Good deal. A romantic night in a Wienermobile. What? Sorry.
Right. And it coincides with the
His face like what?
Let's
I don't know what you're laughing at.
We got problems. We got problems.
We do definitely have problems, just as bad as the Palmetto Expressway problems right now in the 826.
A slip of the tongue turns this report into something unexpectedly exciting.
We got a ton of tweets on this during the broadcast. Keith said she just spoke the truth from Ed. Oh, well, for this country being freedom of speech. DC Sports Courage 2018 said, yes, fire her, send a message. This Twitter user said, the sight of this orgasm of hate makes me want to puke. ESPN is banned.
The word is not orgasm, sir. It's organism, but you just completely screwed that all up. Completely screwed that up. Awesome.
In my home and from Taisha, I'm sorry. Organism. What did I say? Orgasm? What am I thinking about? And from Taisha, when do people start being fired for telling the truth?
Blaine adds a touch of magic to the fashion world. Keep an eye on the bra.
Valued at $2 million.
For most guys, a fantasy bra is one they can actually unhook.
Look at his hands right there too, like he's stuffing it.
No, when it's talent. Forget it. I'm moving on.
Yeah.
Good idea.
The haunted tour through Hampton Roads continues.
You can't
this morning.
say something like that. Expect me to read what's on the TV screen.
Fort Monroe. Let's go to Kathy Walter live on the peninsula.
Oh, what's going on back there, guys?
But let's get excited about that 69. I mean, that's pretty good. Isn't it?
I'm excited about the win, but how about that 69?
Jenny takes us on a hands-on culinary journey. Get ready for food and fun.
So you heard it, Tara Coleman, clinical nutritionist. Pleasure yourself with that food. That came out wrong.
Say what?
Oh, wonder what kind of food they're going to be talking about here.
Cucumbers and carrots would be my guess.
Oh my gosh.
Cucumber was
Just
the
hope
first
it's
thing
not
that came
hot
to
dogs.
mind. Or zucchini could be well. That zucchini is pretty big, so I mean, I did it again. Moving on.
Have the hashtag eat the chips. Hashtag just the chips.
Watch this tech term turn into a hilarious tongue twister.
Apple Watch, but the Versa also offers a fit bitch coat. Oh.
I need one of them fit bitches for myself, folks. I need to get one. That way I can figure out what I'm doing, but I need a fit bitch for sure. Okay. Let's see here. Everybody needs their own fit bitch. You know how that goes.
Fit bitch. I mean, again.
You got it. We knew it.
Okay. So
So now at this point, now that it happened twice in a row, I'm guessing she really does want a fit bitch. That's all. That's all. Hey, that's my
Most
birthday.
certainly. It's all she can think about.
100%. Once, okay. Twice, you're looking. I'm just saying, you're looking for a fit bitch, period. So, and that's my birthday, November 23rd. That's highly ironic, very weird, but okay, let's move on with the fit bitch.
Sorry, to guide you through exercise routines.
A salad segment with a side of innuendo. Watch for the cheeky suggestion.
Salad? I might be. You have been very impressive, Kelly. You get Jason out here.
Everybody wants a yoga girl, right, Jason?
That's right.
And I know you want me to toss your salad too, don't you?
All right, on that note.
Oh.
Well, my goodness, get a room.
Now look at all three of their faces right now. First off, this one here gives me serious creeps. You ain't tossing nothing that's mine. Sorry, you weirdo. I think he's thinking about it, and she's like, I don't care about none but food, folks. That's it. So that was
Hey, that never gets old.
NFL refs show a funny fondness for a certain number.
Eagles get the snap away, and now the play is blown dead.
All right. I got 69. 69. I got 69. We're going to do 69.
Let me guess, it's on 69. You think?
False start offense. Number 69.
This CNN host is stunned when Clay Travis says he believes in the First Amendment and
boobs. And so once they made the decision that they were...
Did he say boobs?
That's what I heard.
He said boobs. Okay, just clarifying. I'm here, right?
First Amendment and boobs.
I mean, what else do you need in life? Truly.
First Amendment and boobs.
You believe in the First Amendment and sports-related commentary. They couldn't
hold
do it.
on. I just want to make sure I heard you correctly as a woman anchoring the show. Did you say, what did you say? You believe in the First Amendment and BWOBS?
Boobs. Two things that have only never let me down in this entire country's history, the First Amendment and boobs. So those are the only...
Did you see the other dude's face? Like he's trying to go, what am I supposed to say right now? What do I say right now?
Two things I believe in absolutely in the country. And so I don't think Jamel Hill should be fired.
A few inches later.
About the racially comments about her inability or perceived inability to be able to comment on sports because of her gender. For somebody to come on CNN and to say something like the only thing I believe in a discussion
I'm still there too, and I just want to make sure I'm hearing you correctly. BOOZE or BOOBS? Because as a woman, I'm
as in boobs. I believe completely in the First Amendment and in boobs. Those are the only two things I believe 100% in this country. And by the way,
a space theme out of this world. Prepare for a cosmic punchline.
We're in space on the ISS. The concept of a space garden is necessary for future deep space missions.
I'm going to venture to say that guy was never allowed to be on another TV show ever in his life.
Probably not.
Welcome, Squishy.
I don't know, but I think that reporter was fixing to reach through the screen and slap a bitch.
Right?
Yes, she was. She was pissed. And the other dude was just like, all right, wait a minute. Do I have to agree with him or disagree with him right now? What do I do? Okay, I'm going to agree with her because she looks way more pissed off. That's what I think he did.
Sit down, shut up. It's just boobs.
Just boobs. Tell me.
We all got them.
Tell me all know the meaning of tossing salad. Yeah, you take whatever greens and whatever you put in your salad and you mix it all together, Phil. Right.
Yep.
That's all that means, Phil.
That's our story, and we're sticking to it.
100%, nothing else. And then you put dressing on top of it and eat it. Okay. Moving on.
Such as the one planned to visit Mars in more than 15 years. Love it. Agriculture that's out of this world.
Gotta say, it seems like a better idea than eating food grown on Uranus. Let's take a look.
I guess I agree.
Right? Have to agree.
Oh, one more time.
Visit Mars in more than 15 years. Love it. Agriculture that's out of this world.
Gotta say, it seems like a better idea than eating food grown on Uranus. Let's take a look at the game of the night.
I mean, in fairness, you wouldn't need a lot of fertilizer to grow food on Uranus. So.
No, not at all. I mean, you could probably be self-watering, and you would just, yeah, that's a good point, Arctic. I appreciate it. She really, she made the face of the century with that one. I'll say that much. Yes, and you need croutons too, chick bait, for tossing your salad and then eating it. Yeah.
Jenny brings holiday humor with an intimate reveal. Expect a cheeky surprise.
What was the worst Christmas gift you ever got?
Worst Christmas gift I ever got.
Yeah, come on, Beck.
Oh, no, I'm sure there have been a few. Probably the ugly sweater.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
I got an interesting one from my mom one year.
Right.
It was a pair of
Wait, hold on. Let me, before you go. Is your mom watching this morning?
Probably not.
Okay.
I don't
Then
think
go ahead with the story.
It was a pair of underwear that said "Call me" in glitter on the back. From my mom. I wish you guys could see Mel's face.
I don't know where to go with that one.
She's just being thoughtful.
Yeah, well, she is, and she wants you to call when you get home.
Yeah.
So when the last thing, when you get undressed and put your jammies on, it's just a little reminder right there.
Huh.
So coming from a parent, I don't know how I would accept that gift.
Right?
Just, here's the thing. If there's a phone number attached with that, that's different. But call me on the back in glitter. What do we got with that, guys? Anybody? Anything?
I don't.
Mom?
I mean, maybe she gave it to her daughter so that the men would have a reminder to call her after they get finished having some fun.
There you go. Bingo.
Go.
That
Good
makes
job.
perfect sense. See, this is why we like having Arctic around, because he's got answers. Everything,
I'm like,
everything. Doodle, would you wear those? Would you wear them, Doodle?
Yeah, wear.
Okay. Hey.
Warmers, why not?
Those would be like the ones that you wear when everything else is dirty and you're doing laundry. You throw those ones on. Just saying, or maybe not. I don't know. That's a good point he made though. Remember, read the back of my ass. Call me. Don't forget me. This wasn't a one-time thing, big guy. Just saying. I don't know. But to come from your mother.
Now they say a way to a man's heart is through his stomach, so they should have been edible with a message. But
that's a good point. Good point.
Strawberry, cherry, fruit roll. Yep. Yes, fruit roll up flavored stuff. Okay, I'm not going into that story again, but yes. That's good points. Everybody's got good points. I love it.
It's in handy because everybody needs underwear.
Right, and that reminder to call your mom.
And sometimes you need to have message on your underpants.
Wow, that's pretty spectacular.
A sports team name gets humorously twisted. Listen for the mix-up.
What Carl and Alex got up to yesterday, because I assume we leave here in the morning and we all go home and we parent our children.
No.
It's what I do. The team, they did neither of those things yesterday. They were watching some footy game in America, the Rams and the San Francisco 69ers play some rugby.
The Rams versus the Rams versus the San Francisco 69ers. You couldn't put those two together again if you wanted to. That was great. Look at his face. Look at his face. He's like,
wait, what? No.
This is another one. How do I respond to this one, guys? This is great.
I thought the footy game.
Footy games. The footy games. That's how they describe football over here, because it's not considered football to them because it's not football. Our game is
their version of football is soccer.
Yes, and they laugh at our version of football. Truly, that's not football. It's footy games. So yes, agreed. Footy games with the Rams and 69ers. All sorts of fun there. Sounds like a party to me.
Which game?
49ers. But that sounds much more interesting. Yes. People might pay to see them. That's what we were doing.
The 49ers.
That's much harder to explain to your wife.
The 49ers did win.
Point was, you were watching football.
None of the points been made.
A late-night style zinger from Brian Williams that's sure to surprise.
Last year's government shutdown in Washington had at least one positive development 9 months after the fact. The folks at Sibley Hospital in Washington are reporting live births are up right now on average by about 3 per day. How long until someone on television points out that during the shutdown, the folks in Washington are apparently doing at home what Washington has been accused of doing to the American people? We're guessing someone will say that on television before long.
A name game on the news that's sure to raise eyebrows. Who will they pick?
My annual ticket to King of the Kielbasa.
Okay.
It's a sausage competition that I judge.
Oh, in like sausage eating?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. King of the Kielbasa and local sausage makers, they all make their best and they enter it.
I bet it's delicious.
It is. And then the next day I reek of garlic. So hopefully Warren will be back and have to put through that. But I do want to tell you it's February 9th, 7 p.m. at Prairieland Park. Tickets are only $25. It's for charity. And you can get tickets online at
Okay, so it was bad enough that we were talking about a sausage fest, sausage contest that she was judging. Then, so it's obvious what she was thinking as she was explaining this to me. Okay,
Right?
pick a dick. Look at her face looking at her.
You can get tickets online at Pick.
Well, you're thinking about sausage. So.
Oh.
Pick a dick.
Wow.
That was ridiculous, wasn't it?
We were not drinking wine today.
No, we weren't. We weren't. Now,
thank God. Thanks for that conversation.
Oh, wow.
I'm
That
starting
was
to think
awesome.
that maybe there was some wine since she brought that up and nobody else did. But okay, interesting. Wow.
TikTok.com.
Moving on.
We're gonna go to the temple now, and this is awkward. Switching gears to a lot more serious issue. Brenna, take it away.
Bathroom humor takes over this news segment.
Oh no.
Expect an explosive laugh.
A bomb threat at the store in Wichita. A customer alerted employees. A man inside the bathroom said there was a bomb in the building. Police were able to locate the man responsible for those comments, and that man told police he warned other guests to leave the restroom because he was, quote, fixing to blow it up, but had no intention of causing a panic. Man also told police others in the room laughed, understanding his joke, which I'm just now getting. They will not be pressing charges. But I can tell you right now, you asked the producer for me to read that, didn't you? To Ethan now, please.
No.
A word mix-up adds new flavor to Gino's cooking show. It's saucily humorous.
Italian sausage, you will know, because they're usually bigger than the English one.
Right. Okay.
And they simple as that. That one goes in. Now, Italian sausage goes in there.
What herbs
You're
are in
just,
an Italian
I've seen it.
sausage?
No.
What herbs?
Yep, he's seen it.
Yep.
A word mix-up adds new flavor to Gino's cooking show. It's saucily humorous.
Italian sausage, you will know, because they're usually bigger than the English one.
Right. Okay.
And they simple as that. That one goes in there. Now, Italian sausage goes in there.
This guy's saying, nah, he ain't. No.
What herbs
You're
are in
just,
an Italian
I've seen it.
sausage?
No.
What herbs are in it, Gino?
The herbs is usually rosmarino, a little bit of chili, a little chopped sun-dried tomato. It was a cold day. It was a cold day.
Now he's in defense mode. It was a cold day, damn it. It's not right that we had the conversation. That's not normally what it is. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy.
Somebody's gonna be in trouble.
Oh boy. Oh.
Share that with
Mate,
everybody.
you were in a warm studio and you were standing over there.
Yeah, but
very warm
it
in
was
here.
cold. There is a draft down here. Now, mushroom goes in there at the end. Okay. Usually, what I do, I put a third of the cannellini.
No.
Of the cannellini now, and then the other quarter it goes later. Okay. So third goes in.
No third.
Mix
No
it up.
third.
Now.
A vocabulary mix-up turns a news segment into a linguistic laugh.
For a full look at your forecast with Astrid, maybe we can canoodle before you get into it about,
We're not going to be canoodling. What?
in the chat. Astrid, you're lucky there's a producer in my ear. I would have carried that on and on.
You know what? You just made the blooper reel. Good job, Andrew.
Class. Take it away. Get me off camera.
Oh, this is too much fun. All right.
I want to thank you all.
He was a little late with that camera when he said, "Get me off." Too.
Right?
Exactly. Yes. Welcome everybody today to Kernoodling with Doodlin'. Doodles here. We're Kernoodling, all of it, guys.
Oh,
Everybody.
damn. Why do I got to be the one?
I mean, just saying. Your
Say it
name's
rhymes.
Doodle.
Damn.
Astrid Braun-Schmidt. Okay. Let's do the rest of it.
All right, let's completely switch gears. Something much more important. Okay, your Skycast for tonight.
Chemistry between two people leads to a cheeky bystander comment.
Uh-oh.
Really?
Weather. Oh yeah.
I think you two should get a hotel room or something. That's a lot of action going on over there.
Oh, Charlie.
Probably the most action you've had in months, huh?
Oh?
I think he doesn't. I think he's mad. Maybe that was kind of that was a deep cut. Shit.
Yeah. Like, ow.
Well, I crack myself up if I don't crack anyone else.
Joining me now, Arkansas Governor Mike Huckabee, who's the host of Huckabee, right here on the podcast.
Oh wow!
Well, I haven't called him that a couple of times, but
that one was a quick one too. Shit.
I crack myself up if I don't crack anyone else.
Joining me now, former Arkansas Governor Mike Huckabee, who's the host of Huckabee, right here on the podcast channel. He's also a former Republican presidential candidate.
And I'll say she covered that very well. She just kept right on going there. Governor Huckabee from
his daughter's as bad as he is.
Yes. All right.
Hillary Berry can't help but join in the laughter during this news segment.
He said he'd had an emergency defecation situation and needed to use the bathroom, but the judge in the case found he had a sexual motive.
I don't understand how any of those words go in the same sentence. A defecation emergency with a sexual motive. Somebody please tell me how the hell that goes together. Anybody? This is where I'm reaching for you, Arctic. You got to come up with something here. A defecation emergency.
Well, I mean, maybe he was into shitty sex.
Okay. There we go. Makes perfect sense. Whoever this woman is losing her mind. But yes, that does make sense. There we go. Got it.
Situation.
Anyway, carry on, Hillary.
Yeah, just as you wish. I'm having one myself.
I agree with Bill. It's a dark subject, folks. It's a very dark subject. Oh, wow. People are gross. Everyone has a kink. Okay, then, Matahari. Thank you. Wow. He lied and said he had to go, but was doing something else. And Alicia comes in with the win and figured it out completely. So basically, he said he had to hurry up and go to the bathroom, but was doing something else. It's a very dark subject. Wow, what a mess.
Because this next story is so tragic, I cannot be laughing. Right. Investigators believe a bomb caused the explosion on a plane which has just taken off from the Somali capital of Mogadishu. The blast blew a hole in the side of the plane, and one of the 74 passengers on board was sucked out, which is terrible. And I'm not laughing at that. As the plane was at relatively low altitude, there was no violent decompression, and it held together. No one is responsibility.
I knew Nick told the truth. He went and dropped the bomb.
That makes sense. 100%. He laughed. Jesus Christ. Laughs through the entire other horrific segment through the whole thing because she can't. That's got to be so embarrassing. That is so bad. She's laughing at the first thing she talked about and can't stop through the second one. That's a bad thing.
Job. Still, I'd get to lying.
An awkward and personal question takes a political discussion off course.
Clarence Thomas, you showed that piece in the first where when Bush 1 introduced him and he used the word empathy. If you go back and look at his testimony and read it, he's a clear, big-time supporter of black males, not even black females. The proof stands in his riddles of the pornos. Every Friday night, he would go and rip pornos for the weekend for almost 2 years. The subject of every one of them was black males, Long Dong Silver. He rented that 3 times before he finally bought it. He never rented a video about woman to woman.
I'm going to stop you on that. It's getting a little bit too in. But let me go back.
Was this guy researching for the Judiciary Committee or something? 3 Reynolds and the Burgess. We heard the name. This guy's he's really wired on this stuff.
I'm going to try to bring it back to this. Actually, we'll go to Russell in Kingsport, Pennsylvania. Good morning, Russell.
A rising forecast turns a weather report into a comedy sketch.
About my Vermont weather stick, right? It arches up when high pressure is building in, and it just and falls downward when you have an area of low pressure in the area, and it's just going straight out because yesterday we were kind of in between systems. So it really does work. It does.
Oh my.
She almost made it.
You saw it here first, folks, just so you know.
Keep your pictures coming to KPIX. Okay, now I should have done this at the end of the weathercast, obviously. Okay. Frank, can you continue?
That's a beautiful shot there of looks like San Jose to me.
Yeah, right.
Okay,
here we go. Cloudy out the door this morning. We have part of the conditions later today.
An innocent question on the Today Show takes a humorous turn.
So did you swallow? Oh, did you? Or did you spit it out? I swallowed the worm. And it was done. Interesting to know. Interesting to note. I'm impressed that you swallowed. I really am. Is there anything else you'd like to say about that story that I worked very hard on for many hours? Wow. I worship
Timmy,
you.
it's all right. All I want to say is very interesting to note that none of you were available for that shoot that day.
I think I had to pick up the kids from school.
Yeah, Kyle was washing his hair.
Yeah, he was washing his hair. Timmy, I can't even get up to the
An unbelievable mix-up with names turns a news segment hilariously strange.
We have new information now also on the plane crash. KTVU has just learned the names of the 4 pilots who were on board the flight. They are Captain Sum Ting Wong, Wee Tu Lo, Ho Li Fook, and Bang Ding Ao. The NTSB has confirmed these are the...
Oh my God. No fucking way. There's no way that actually happened, you guys. There's no way that actually happened. I am done. I'm retiring after today. I'm done. I'm done. Oh, this is disgusting. This is disgusting. Please tell me this didn't really happen. Captain Long, way too long.
This right here is why I could never be a newscaster.
No.
Right.
No. Marta Hari says their real names were Jeremy, Doug, Jim, Bob, and Marie. Oh my God, you guys. I'm sitting here looking at this going, what's the big deal? And I read through it and was saying it to myself and went, no fucking way that's real. No way. Oh,
We do know.
The very last three. Bang, ding, ow. Come on. Oh, I'm crying. I'm crying. I'm sad.
The names of the pilots on board Flight 214 when it crashed. We are working to determine exactly what roles each of them played during the landing on Saturday.
A bold and unfiltered comment from Rob Ford. Brace for shock.
Olivia Gondak. It says that I wanted to eat her. Olivia Gondak. I've never said that in my life to her. I would never.
What?
I'm happy.
Oh, yeah. They put a cat meow in there instead of the actual word, which means the same thing, just so you understand.
Olivia Gondak. It says that I wanted to eat her.
Oh.
Meow.
Yeah. I get it.
That was real, Cap? No way. The airline sued them for this. They paid out big time. Holy shit. Oh, that is so sad if that really happened. Oh my God. They really made a joke out of it. That network should have been shut down over that. There's no way. Holy shit. That's crazy.
I've never said that in my life to her. I would never do that. I'm happily married. I've got more than enough to eat at home. Thank you very much.
Anything that wasn't true?
Oh.
He really did say that. Really did say that. Oh, bro, you're bold. Wow. Look at her face right here. Look. She was like, "Oh, oh my God, what a mess!" You saw that line, Cap? That's crazy. Yes, the reporter's face is killing me.
It's all right.
Oh my God.
We might be going live.
I love that guy.
A slip of the tongue turns a political discussion humorously anatomical.
To all the party leaders north of the border, and joining us in our studio now is the leader of Scottish Labour.
Nope, you said it. It's out. Too late. You can't take it back now.
Yep. You know what you got on my mind?
Scottish Labia. Yep. Welcome to. I don't. Oh my God, these people. These are good ones today. I'll tell you right now, they really are.
Yeah. Yeah, they are.
Doug Dale, thanks very much for being with us today.
Unexpected plans for a Powerball winner's fortune. It's.
Did you see the look on the other woman's face?
Yeah,
Look.
she was not happy.
Yeah, she's like, that's
North of the
not.
border, and joining us in our studio now is the leader of Scottish Labour, Kezia Dugdale. Thanks very much.
Like, really?
That's great.
I can't with her face. I can't with her face. I can just imagine what she's thinking. Like, really, bitch? Really?
Right.
You did that on purpose, Colonel Clitoris. I can just see it right now. Oh my God!
Much for being with us today.
Unexpected plans for a Powerball winner's fortune. It's surprisingly candid.
24, 2, 7, and 15.
Oh, those are your lucky numbers. Can I tell you what? Do you know your chances of winning?
Slim to none.
Slim to none. You're right. Let me tell you, it's 1 out of 292 million. What do you think about that?
I knew it.
You knew it. Your numbers are lucky, though. Am I right?
I hope so.
Can I ask you, if you won all the money, what would you do with it?
Bunch of hookers and cocaine.
Oh, okay, that's not good.
At least
he was honest.
At least he's honest, right? I was gonna say, like, and look, the reporter's like, "What the hell do I say now?" I think she even said something about the answer. Hold on.
Though, am I right? Can I ask you, if you won all the money, what would you do with it?
Bunch of hookers and cocaine.
Oh, okay, that's not good. We were hoping for a different answer. That's probably not the answer that we're looking for.
An interview takes a personal turn with a childhood discipline question.
You needed it, Annie. Did you get many spankings as a kid?
As a kid, no. No, wait.
Jesus Christ. Not as a kid, but last week, sure, I did. You know. Oh my God!
It seems like I've seen this one before.
This is, and their faces. I love their faces. They're classic. Yes.
Oh.
Minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
That's not what I meant. I meant I was a little. Never mind.
We know what you meant.
That's not what I
Okay.
meant. I'm really embarrassed.
A serious safety guideline turns comedic during a press conference.
You can kick their balls, but you can't touch them.
Wow.
I would hope not. I mean, Jesus Christ.
You can kick them, but you can't hold them. Okay.
Yes, you can kick their balls, but you can't touch them. So, and then she said something after.
I'm gonna blush. Sorry. Of course, if you're playing with someone in.
You're not helping it.
Alicia, listen closely, Alicia.
I will mute so you can hear.
But you can't touch them. I'm gonna blush. Sorry. Of course, if you're playing with someone in your household, you can touch those tennis balls. To avoid confusion.
A product demo on live news takes a stimulating and humorous turn.
Do you?
Yeah, and I'll give it away just for the sake of
Here's one for
good banter, if you want to call it that. When my son was teething, he used to like to take the big fat rubber end of my vibrating toothbrush and put it in his mouth and
Okay.
he'd just kind of sit there like, oh yeah, that feels good. That hit the spot.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Poor son.
Du er så klam, altså. Du er så klam, altså. Der kom sovs med i buksen, der. Du er så klam, altså. Du er så klam, altså. Der kom sovs med i buksen, der, altså.
And that's what concludes this video. If you enjoyed it, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. I'd love to hear your
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Hang on.
And I feel so sorry for that lady's son. If they ever put 2 and 2 together in the toothbrush as he grows up, oh my God. Be like, that was your mom? And you did what with the.
Whew.
Yeah.
Okay, here's the second. And then we're at it.
Questions.
Worth the risk to just wash the underwear and run the risk of it getting damaged.
Yeah,
or just
because-
buy new underwear.
Right. Because how do you ruin your underwear? I mean, what's going to happen?
Well, there's ways to ruin it.
You well. Let's move on.
We can't move on from that.
Is your dad and whatnot think about all of this? Because I'm sure that he's an athlete.
We've seen this one, but this is funny.
Is he an athlete, your dad?
Yeah, my dad was an athlete, but now he's pretty fat. he used to eat like 2 liters of ice cream every single night, like of those Murray salted caramel ones. And then he used to get really angry at Mum because Mum didn't always buy it for him.
Yeah.
But when Dad got really angry, Mum started buying it for him all the time.
Yeah.
And then he had to suck his gut in for photos. It's really funny.
I know, he's flat. A brown snake in a dunny.
Now, can you imagine waking up early in the morning, sitting on the toilet, and then this popping up between your legs? All right, here's the sharp end, so this snake's going to come out swinging.
I don't know about you guys, but my sphincter just actually tightened.
That's very good, Reese. I mean, how often do you go to the bathroom and you don't actually look down?
Oh, my goodness.
Well, anyway, that was snake catcher Tony Harrison saving the day for a family on the Gold Coast. That's a visual we didn't need this morning. Tony, good morning to you.
What's the strangest place you found one?
Look, what's stranger than finding it in the shitter? You name it. You let your imagination. You let your imagination run wild. Whatever you can imagine.
He ain't lying.
We get the winners of each category on in 4 days' time. Good. Yeah. Also, Lisa's eating pie with a spoon, un-Australian.
That's what I always do. You know me. Because I'm not a big fan of a lot of pastry. A bad pie is one that has miles of pastry and only a tiny bit of filling.
Except you eat it with a spoon.
Well, sometimes, as you know, I just stick my fist in and go for it. And then I've been known to fall asleep during that process.
That's one way of doing it, for sure.
This is a very good pie.
Lara, that is for sure.
One man decided to steal a flute by shoving it down his pants. You can see it in his back pants there. The owner's mother confronted the thief before he could exit the store with the flute in his pants. So then they kept the flute, but decided they didn't want anyone to put their lips on it. So they turned it into a lamp. It's now a flute lamp, a toot flute there.
Very nice to follow that one. Woo, all right. Let's get you caught up on your weather with Heather. Hopefully you don't get any flute. I don't even know the name Tony came up with. The toot flute. The toot flute. Hopefully none of those are in the forecast today. Woo.
So you're going to be making
cream horns.
Okay, what are they all about?
Who's laughing? Is Carl being rude?
No, that was Georgie.
What would you assume I was the one being rude? Gee, Gardner, hello. It's the quiet one.
I don't know, Aaron, are you a fan of fruitcake?
Well, I sit next to one. Oh, no, I'm just kidding.
Oh, that was mean. Okay, on that note, folks, we're going to be right back.
Oh, such a great
You
day.
have some explaining to do here.
Good morning, Perth. Coming up on the show, the man, Lisa and Sylvia most want to. That's right. The legendary Pete Murray joins us to chat about his brand new album, among other things.
I always wait a week to get my hands on the latest DVD releases. So I got knocked up last night. Well, not literally, but I got the movie knocked up. The movie knocked up. Terrific. You got to watch it, Bob.
Knocked up. I'll probably put that on.
Lisa, I just want to say there's nothing artificial about Frank. If you know what I mean.
Okay. There you go. We'll leave it at that, Frank.
That's not all. I'd like to wake up today.
All right, Frank, we're saying goodbye to you now. See you later, mate.
Goodbye. See you later, Tom.
See, Carl, I can still pull him.
Yeah. Yeah, a sleazy talking wall. Wow. You still got it, Lise.
Thank you, Carl.
Decided to walk down the survey, get some noodles, and went to jump over a sign on the way and slipped over and busted my plugger.
That's so Australian.
Busted a plugger.
So you've got a busted plugger.
But you look like you got reasonable guns. You've been working out in the gym. You look reasonable, buddy.
Mate, I don't go to the gym. I haven't been to the gym in years. The only gym I go to is Jim Beam. That's about it.
Is it nerve-wracking for you to do something like this, or is it more nervous for you to box? How does it compare? I don't know. It's more nerve-wracking for me to hear us talking to a rat piece of shit like you. Come on, like, no, because you're a piece of shit. All right, we're gonna wrap up this interview. Thank you for coming in. Fuck you.
You know, all good super.
I think Tyson don't like him.
Yeah.
Damn. Like, wow.
Wear their jocks on the outside, so it kind of fits the brief.
Yeah.
Pardon the pun.
Yeah, but I
had nothing on but me jocks.
Yeah, Lisa.
Well, you missed that bit of the uniform, but that's okay. You're a hero in our eyes.
Wow.
Well done, Daniel.
Yeah, cheers. Thanks a lot, guys.
Goes to show what you can achieve in your underwear.
The Reserve Bank is heading towards a neutral stance. Keep in mind that with 3% cash rates, which was where they were at their low, was very accommodative.
That's cute. Look. You're busted, bro. You are busted. Looking at porn at work. Shame.
And now they're moving back towards a more standard neutral position, which would be somewhere between 4.5% and 5%. Certainly at this stage, we are estimating that by the end of this year, we'll be back towards 4.75%. So
He's just flipping on through them. There's another one. Look.
we still think there's a bit of upside on those cash rates, but at this stage, Reserve Bank's obviously deemed that it wants to wait and see the effects of the last 3 rate rises that it's put in place late last year. And sometimes this takes up to 6 to 9 months before they actually see that effect.
All right, Martin, thanks.
And then he figured it out.
Yeah, somebody went and told him.
But you can ask me anything about peonies. I love peonies.
Oh, flowers. Peonies.
Yeah,
Yes,
peonies.
yes.
This is the season that matters, and despite the fact that they had such a tremendous amount of sex during
Huh?
success during the regular season.
Let's get excited about that 69. I mean, that's pretty good this time of year, isn't it? I know you're excited about the win, but how about that 69?
You know, these hot cross buns.
Yes.
I just had a bite of Georgie's bun, and let me tell you. What?
Yes, Carl.
Just keep talking.
It's got a dirty
I
line in here,
know.
and I
Just
don't
keep
like it.
talking.
Don't know where it comes from.
Anyway, I think it's got too many bits in it, Georgie.
I would suggest you don't have a crack at my buns because they are very, very good buns, and I won't hear anything to the contrary.
I've seen Georgie's buns in the making.
Okay.
Excellent.
Now, Tyra Majors is live at Bakersfield Workwear in costumes with all the tips you need to know. All right. Tyra, you were looking quite delicious this morning, I have to say.
Do I look like a tasty Popeye's chicken sandwich?
I am not going to answer any of these questions.
I kind of want to eat myself, but I can't.
It got me thinking, what do you have by your bed that is long and stabby or whatever that is going to make a mess of someone who tries to break into your house and try and steal something from your home? Georgie, do you have something?
Well, Tim's my long stabby thing, but I used to have the Olympic torch under the bed when I was single. But yeah, now I've got Tim.
Oh.
Did she say the Olympic torch? She said she had the Olympic torch under her bed when she was single.
Uh-huh.
Whoa.
And now she's got Tim the stabby thing.
That's an excellent long stabby thing.
Tony Abbott still needs to be elected first.
The department in California is taking an unusual approach to catch porn pirates red-handed. Porch pirates, yes.
Babies are so overwhelmed
that they've started wearing your clothes.
That's cute.
Pussy, get out of my pants.
It's just nannying at its silliest and its worst.
Well said. You do not mess with the sausage.
Do not mess with the sausage.
Well, you said it. Over to you guys.
It'd be a crime to hide the sausage, wouldn't it?
If you'll remember, last year he was dealing with a bulging disc issue, rather, and
Whoa! Oh, wow. I wonder how many other people have had that problem.
Kind of thing where you love doing it yourself.
Good morning, everyone. Sometimes, yeah, I can take a look.
Just in the last half hour or so, the flakes have begun to stick a little bit on the asphalt.
Mavericks Championship trophy was also on display this morning for fans to get an up-close look at just the trophy, of course.
Chris Belisario, the stilt walker, I was originally going to come in between her legs, but
Just the trophy, of course.
Chris Belisario, the stilt walker, I was originally going to come in between her legs, but yeah, that's not what was not going to happen. Would not have made for good TV had she fallen over. So we're not trying to create a liability.
So perfect weekend to spend some time outdoors. It should be pleasant out there.
Yeah, I do enjoy 69. I might need to go up to the Tetons. All right.
Because John's going to move north. The moisture from John left over, the spin, the storm itself will turn into a depression. Nothing really to worry about as far as wind goes, but watch where the precipitation will go. Some of it will head up towards the west.
Traffic tips. Also some good signs.
Both shows are not having technical difficulties, so I'm watching Spain.
The great town names.
Oh! What in the actual hell?
Wow.
Really?
Great town names. Letitz.
It's Lidditz.
You needed it, Annie. Did you get many spankings as a kid?
As a kid, no. No, wait.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Mark has a little wiener. Have you ever dressed the wiener up?
He's actually, I had a bug there for a second. He's
Northwest began serving Peanuts merger partner.
There you go, guys.
That's my type of airline.
Go Northwest, and you're all the way there. Just saying.
Has done for years. Georgia is the top peanut producer.
I like to eat candy corn one color at a time. If you're really getting OCD about it. Well, I'm not always a nibbler. I'm kind of a gobbler. I eat a lot of candy.
Okay.
Go back to the hose.
Keep talking.
That sounded terrible. Back to the hoses. Goodness gracious.
On the KTLA Morning News recently, this big showdown between the cities two. That was an awful first look.
Joining me now, former Arkansas Governor Mike Huckabee, who's the host of Huckabee, right here on
I hate this is the second part to the other thing, and they're rolling the same ones through it. That drives me nuts.
Yeah.
The hot cup of cocoa.
As we check the booze out short.
If you want to log on to myfoxandwhy.com.
They're the most popular creatures right now. This time of year. People are breeding.
Those little guys are cute and cuddly looking. The beavers I've seen are bigger.
And not.
Yeah, and they don't. I don't know. Maybe I've seen my beavers in the wrong place. Moving on.
Loves chocolate. One of our main kids. Oh, nice melons behind you there.
And Michelle and Frank like to tease me when I talk about my Vermont weather stick, right? It arches up when high pressure is building in, and it deflects and falls downward when you have an area of low pressure in the area, and it's just going straight out because yesterday we were kind of in between systems. So
it's called describing himself to women.
Yeah. I haven't heard that one before.
There you go.
Something new every day.
Exactly.
When on space missions, astronauts get used to eating freeze-dried foods, but today there's something fresh.
Gotta say, it seems like a better idea than eating food grown on Uranus. Let's.
our own trip yesterday, Georgie and Lisa, and we're going to show you some of the breaches and tail slapping action that we also witnessed in the next little while.
Oh, I love a tail slap. Thanks a lot for that, Emma. Good stuff. You're right. There's nothing beats a tail slap, Lisa. And 32 in a row. What about that?
Did you have strippers at your hen's night?
A stripper turned up, but the only problem was my mother was there, and I spent the entire time in the corner.
Trying to keep her away from him?
No.
1 million BT customers could see their bills fall.
All right, guys. That's going to do it for today. I'm sorry the second half was blended with all the first half, but It didn't tell me that. So either way, I hope you guys take off out of here today with a smile. That was crazy. Those ones were good. I'll say that much. I was almost crying like I was the other day for that guy that would not stop talking. You Doodle, you missed that one. Arctic, you too. Like they arrested. I was showing funny arrest. They arrested this guy. The first thing he did was turn to the cop when he walked up to the window after he pulled him over and handed out. He said, "Here, take this from me." It was a crack pipe. Okay. And the guy starts talking. It was an hour and 45 minutes non-stop. He didn't stop talking. He didn't breathe. He did nothing. I was dying laughing. The guy was talking about everything, nothing, and everything all at the same time. It was crazy. It was too much. I think you were laughing. You were in here, weren't you, Mama Bear?
Yes, I was. Yes.
Yeah, that one was.
Yes,
that was
that
nuts.
was good.
So, thank you guys for joining us today. I will be back in here shortly for the rest of the Hell trial. And for those of you that would like to join me, please do. I can't stress to you how much I appreciate you all very much. Thank you guys for joining us for today's show. It was a great show. Arctic, always a pleasure. Again, it's great to have Mama Bear here. Doodle, thank you as always.
Dago.
Good show today. I appreciate all the bits and pieces we talked about, everything you guys gave me to talk about as well. And these, of course, were great. These were great. I love these today. So hopefully we can find more of these to look at in the future. Other than that, guys, everybody again up here with me, thank you so much for being here. It's always a great day when we can do what we do. Everybody in chat, don't forget to love yourselves and love each other. Please don't change a thing. You guys are amazing. You are the reason why we do what we do. And I will see you all very soon. Thank you so much to the Blue Crew for everything you do. Take care, folks. See you soon. Bye-bye.
Bye, guys. This may be my last one for a while, so tomorrow's my last day of vacation. We're gonna, I think, try and take our kids to the pumpkin patch. So I don't know. I may be here tomorrow. I may not. We'll just have to see. But after that, I don't know. So I will miss you all. And
yes, we will miss
see
you as
y'all
well.
soon.
But hopefully, you said Mondays and Thursdays or something like that, maybe.
Yep.
Okay, that'll work either way. Sounds good to me. And I'm looking forward to it for sure. Again, I will see you guys soon. Thank you, Mama Bear. We will miss you until we see you again. And Doodle, always amazing with you. I appreciate you, dear, very much.
Thank you for having me up here. Bye, guys.
Thanks again, ladies, for letting me be your co-host. Very much appreciated.
You're welcome.
See you soon,
Bye, guys.
Bye-bye.
Life's a journey, let's make every moment shine. Together we share our hearts so intertwined. Each time you tune in, we're dancing in sync. With every story told, just let your soul think. A little laughter, some love, we're flying high. As we wrap up this episode, it's not goodbye. News on the airwaves, spreading joy and cheer. Thanks for being with us, we'll see you right here. Kick back, take a breath, leave your worries behind. This podcast is magic, a treasure you'll find. With every moment shared, we light up the way. Join us next time for more laughs and play. A little laughter, some love, we're flying high. As we wrap up this episode, it's not goodbye. News on the airwaves, spreading joy and cheer. Thanks for being with us, we'll see you right here. Kick back, take a breath, leave your worries behind. This podcast is magic, a treasure you'll find. With every moment shared, we light up the way. Join us next time for more laughs and play. So hit that subscribe, keep the vibe alive. We're riding this wave and it's set to thrive. With smiles all around, let's seize the day. In this podcast family, worries drift away. A little laughter, some love, we're flying high. As we wrap up this episode, it's not goodbye. News on the airwaves, spreading joy and cheer. Thanks for being with us. We'll see you right here. So gather round, friends, it's time to reflect. In this joyful moment, what's next to connect? Let's cherish the laughter, the joy that we spread. Together we'll thrive until our hearts are fed. See you next time with stories anew. Can't wait to share more with all of you. So hit that subscribe, keep the vibe alive. We're riding this wave and it's set to thrive. With smiles all around, let's seize the day. In this podcast family, worries drift away. So hit that subscribe, keep the vibe alive. We're riding this wave and it's set to thrive. With smiles all around, let's seize the day. In this podcast family, worries drift away. So gather round, friends, it's time to reflect. In this joyful moment, what's next to connect? Let's cherish the laughter, the joy that we spread. Together we'll thrive until our hearts are fed. See you next time with stories anew. Can't wait to share more with all of you. See you next time with stories anew. Can't wait to share more with all of you.